Okay, everyone, we would like to start in a minute. Okay, welcome, everyone. I would like to welcome you all today, that is physically here, but also the ones that are online. I mean, despite the strikes this week, we had a lot of interest to our final conference of Bridge, and we have close to 300 registrations, and there are many people that will be online following us that couldn't come here today. But I would like to thank you all for being here, despite the conditions. And today is a very important day for us because Bridge Black Sea is coming to an end, and it was one of the main projects that was addressing the Black Sea Strategic Research and Innovation Action. And actually, this morning we had an operational network of funders meeting for the Black Sea with the support from the European Commission, which I would like to thank. It's really an honor to be part of the process that has started a while ago and still continuing today. And as you will see today, Bridge addressed many aspects of the Black Sea Strategic Research and Innovation Action and its implementation plan, and it has even gone beyond its objectives. And we see the change and progress in the region despite the challenges. And today we hope to showcase some of our remarkable results to you today. Before that, there are a few housekeeping announcements. First, those who are here in person can have access to the latest agenda with your name tags. You can find the latest agenda there. And for both on-site and online registrants, you will have a Slido for the event that we will use during the panels for the questions now. And to begin, to start our final event, I would like to invite the opening speakers to set the stage. First, I would like to invite Wiebke Pankauke, who is the Deputy Head of Unit of DG Research and Innovation, Ocean Seas and Waters Unit. Wiebke, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And indeed, welcome to Brussels, in spite of all the difficulties with public transport and other strike-affected sectors. It's very good to be with you. So thank you for inviting me to join you today as you mark the end of the bridge project and as you're looking to shape the legacy of this project. So I personally joined the world of Ocean and Waters R&I only last month. And I'm excited to discover the community that you have built and the excellent work that you have done over the course of the project. I'm also very happy that my colleague Lana from DG Mare is here as well, and you will hear from her very soon. So this bridge project that you have built was very ambitious from the start, and you have really delivered a lot with it. Just to mention a few highlights that I discovered. So you have developed predictive models and tools to assess how multi-stressors impact the Black Sea ecosystem. You have done this to reconstruct historical trends, to assess current ecosystem status, and to project future scenarios under different stressors pathways. You have also developed new sensors and smart observation tools to be more cost-effective in monitoring the Black Sea. And this, of course, not only to serve scientific aims, but also to help with business models contributing to the blue economy. And the output from the project is feeding into the Black Sea digital twin. All of this, I think, really something to be proud of. Now, in the Commission's DG R&I, we have put the focus on the Black Sea, and we will continue to do so, including in the context of the EU mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters, and of the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. Maybe a few words about Mission Ocean and Waters. As you know, one of the 4 lighthouses of the mission is the Danube Black Sea Lighthouse, and the work that is being done in this lighthouse is supported by the EcoDALI project. We are funding this project to help ensure that there are synergies between the various Black Sea projects and also with other mission projects further afield. And such synergies really creating a whole that is bigger than each constituent part are at the essence of the mission, and your role here is absolutely essential. My colleagues are telling me that the Mission Ocean and Waters event in Burgas on Bulgaria's Black Sea coast last year was an excellent event, and I understand there was a lot of engagement with the mission also from local stakeholders, another essential feature of the mission that I wanted to stress. You have also endorsed the mission charter. We believe this is important both as a communication signal, but also very much as a practical step towards achieving the mission's objectives. So this is very much appreciated. The next mission-related event is coming up soon. The 2026 Mission Forum will take place on the 5th of March here in Brussels during the European Ocean Days, and I would invite you already today to save the date for that event and hope to see you there again. Speaking of important dates to mark in your agenda, the Horizon Europe Work Programme 26-27 will be published very soon in December. You can already access it in draft form, and the calls that we will have on the Mission Ocean and Waters will again include calls for proposals across all the 4 lighthouses, including the Danube Black Sea. There will be sessions for researchers, as we usually do, where you can ask questions about the work program during our annual Info Days, which will take place in January. And thirdly, we may see each other again at the second biennial symposium of the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, which I understand now has 74 partner institutions from 30 countries, and this symposium will be held in February in Romania. So just a few announcements there. Now, looking ahead, we believe that the work that you have delivered in your projects will be extremely relevant for 2 major EU initiatives that we are currently preparing in co-leadership with the colleagues in DG Mare. Firstly, the European Ocean Pact that was adopted before the summer announced an ocean R&I strategy. This is currently planned for the second half of 2026, with a number of consultation activities that are planned for the next few months. We hope to launch a call for evidence before the end of this year, And we will also have a consultation event in March, actually also during the European Ocean Days, which is another reason to come to Brussels in that week. So I would invite you today to reflect which results from Bridge can inform this strategy. So do use today's event to discuss, and do feel warmly invited to contribute to our consultation. In parallel, the second element, we are working on an ocean observation initiative, which might operate on a slightly more compressed timeline, but there as well, we are intending to launch a call for evidence very soon, and there will also be various other ways to contribute. And there, same request, same invitation to think about how your results can inform the Ocean Observation Initiative. And their colleagues are telling me that there are already some very specific ideas that could cover, for example, a basin-wide assessment of data availability, of gaps, fragmentation in areas like oceanography, biodiversity, pollution. Secondly, advanced models that you have experience with, data assimilation experiments, climate projections. And thirdly, a strong support to the digital twin of the ocean concepts via the pilot digital twin demonstrators. So I think there is a lot that you have to contribute there, and do take the opportunities when they come up. Then let's not forget that the project has already and hopefully will continue to contribute to implementing the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. Lana will say more about this. I just wanted to recall that, of course, as already was said, Bridge was the result of the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda, which is the scientific pillar of this agenda. Let me also briefly mention here the twin project DOORS as another important project, and you, Baris, and several others here in the room are also contributing to that. So taking all of this together, I would just like to conclude by congratulating you, the whole team and all project partners. The results of your work will have an impact in terms of the policy interface that you have built, but most importantly, I think, and concretely, most concretely, for the coastal communities around the Black Sea. And that is, I think, what matters most. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Wiebke. I think what we'll be presenting today will be definitely insightful for you in terms of how Bridge results contribute to R&I strategies. And I would like to now invite Lana Bezinovic-Sostar from Sea Basin Strategies, Maritime Regional Cooperation and Maritime Security. Please.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon to all, also from me. I'm happy to see all of you in the room today, in spite of the 3-day strike in Brussels. It's not an easy time to find your way here. And also, of course, welcome to everyone joining us online. It is really a pleasure to be here. I am a little bit of a newcomer to the Black Sea region as Wiebke as well. I joined our Sea Basin strategy unit before summer. But it's a pleasure to be here because it is really, as you said, a very important moment that we take to celebrate the achievements of the Bridge project and to reflect on what we've learned and discuss a way forward. For the Black Sea region. Since 2019, we have started a fruitful cooperation within the framework of the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. And its scientific pillar, as already mentioned, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. CMA is one of 4 sea basin strategies supported by the Commission. And over the past 3 years, we are really happy to see that this community has picked up the cooperation. We can really see the difference. It has gained a true momentum. Despite the difficult period, first with the pandemic and then with the Russian aggression of Ukraine, it managed to build a truly vibrant community of researchers, of policymakers, civil society, and innovators. And key regional projects such as Bridge have been at the heart of this work and this journey. You truly helped to build networks, to build trust, and you gave us a shared purpose. Bridge was the natural continuation of the Black Sea Connect, and together with the Doors project, we have moved from planning to action. You have translated aspirational goals to tools, and I very much look forward to hearing about this today. As it was mentioned, we had a meeting this morning of the operational network of funders, and I got a sneak peek of what has been achieved, and it's truly amazing. Your efforts so far have not gone unnoticed. The Common Maritime Agenda has recognized Bridge and Black Sea Connect by awarding the projects or their actions in the Black Sea Project Awards competition. Every year, we organize this competition in which we recognize innovative and high-impact projects that advance regional cooperation, environmental sustainability, and blue economy development across the Black Sea countries. We also publish success stories, and we have dedicated special editions to these projects to highlight their contributions. And this is one of the ways to put them on spotlight and to show the concrete value these projects bring to the region. As Black Sea countries change every year in a rotating presidency, to have the opportunity to drive the Common Maritime Agenda, we had Ukrainian coordination this year. It was, of course, under difficult circumstances, but we tried to support them as much as possible, and they focused strongly on regional cooperation, on exchanging practices, and addressing new pollution challenges, also those that are tied to the ongoing war, unfortunately. Next year, Bulgaria will take over the coordination of the agenda. We already know that among other priorities and actions, they are interested in exploring more synergies with the Danube region. And projects like Bridge, including its ambition for the digital twin, can be a very powerful tool for the Common Maritime Agenda in supporting the country's priorities. And this is why it is also timely to connect this project achievements with the broader European agenda. As was mentioned by speakers before me, the European Commission adopted the European Ocean Pact in May this year, which proposes a holistic approach to ocean management, because this can be quite a fragmented policy. The Pact has 6 priorities, which closely mirror actions in the Black Sea through the Common Maritime Agenda and through the projects such as Bridge. It has 6 priorities, from restoring ocean health to boosting innovation and maritime security, which is becoming increasingly important lately. We are gaining speed on the implementation of the Ocean Pact. We have many key initiatives to work on. One of the main initiatives is the Future Ocean Act that we plan to propose by 2027. We will soon launch a call for evidence. Vibeke mentioned many calls for evidence. I'm doing the same. We will have a call for evidence for the Ocean Pact, the European Ocean Observation Initiative, and Research and Innovation Strategy. And I also invite you to keep an eye and contribute to these calls. The Black Sea community should be ready to engage in this next phase of European ocean governance, also through the multi-annual financial framework. To come back to what I said earlier, this community is really becoming more connected and collaborative than ever. This year, it was evident at the annual stakeholder conference for the Black Sea that was held in Romania last month. And this unity really didn't happen by chance. It's a result of many dialogues, workshops, and co-design efforts that were led by Bridge and other projects. And that created a foundation for lasting action. And this is why I'm sure that the research and the tools and the networks and the trust that were built by Bridge will not stop here. It will continue in the Common Maritime Agenda actions, in the implementation of its scientific pillar, and in Europe's broader ocean ambitions. Well, this is where I thank you for your dedication and for your expertise. These are driving forces that will continue shaping the future of the Black Sea and our shared ocean agenda. I wish you an inspiring and productive conference. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Lana. As Lana has also stressed out, we will show you how Bridge will be has supported the CMA until today, and we are dedicated to continue this support. And as the final opening talk, I would like to invite Ambassador Dr. Georgi Panayotov, who is the Executive Manager of Permanent International Secretary of Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation. And I would like to also thank him, as BISEC has played an important role in organizing the event today. Please, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure to address you today at the final conference of the Bridge Black Sea projects. As we gather here in Brussels to mark the completion of one of the most ambitious Black Sea research and innovation initiatives, we also can note something larger, a new level of collective commitment to protecting and sustainable developing one of Europe's valuable shared seas. From the beginning, Bridge Black Sea set out to do something challenging, to bring together science, policy, technology, and stakeholder communities across a region marked by diversity, complexity, at times geopolitical sensitivity. And yet, despite those challenges, the project has delivered concrete, measurable outcomes that will serve our region for years to come. Today's event, co-generated with the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, underlines precisely that spirit of cooperation. We at BISEC were proud to stand with the scientific and policy innovation community that made Bridge Black Sea a success and to contribute to transforming its findings into long-term regional impact. Bridge Black Sea has been much more than a research project. It has been a platform for co-designing scientific knowledge, policy tools, and innovation pathways that support the blue economy while safeguarding the ecological integrity of the Black Sea. And it has shown that our region can produce world-class expertise when we work together. Allow me to highlight a few key achievements. First, Bridge Black Sea has delivered an unprecedented volume of data, modeling outputs, and ecosystem assessments that significantly deepen our understanding of the Black Sea. For years, fragmented data sets hindered integrated policymaking. Today, thanks to Bridge Black Sea, partners and, in first place, the Middle East Technical University Institute of Marine Science, we have coordinated baselines, dynamic modeling tools, harmonized monitoring strategies, and a clearer picture of vulnerabilities and drivers of change. Second, the project has advanced practical solutions. Bridge Black Sea has not only mapped ecological risks, but has also piloted innovative technologies, tested nature-based solutions, and developed tools for sustainable fisheries, coastal resilience, pollution reduction, and climate adaptation. This translates research into results that policymakers, municipalities, businesses, and local communities can actually use. Third, Bridge Black Sea has strengthened regional scientific collaboration to a higher degree. Dozens of institutions, academic, governmental, and civil society have worked across borders and shared methodologies, shared objectives, and shared ownership of the results. This spirit is something that the Black Sea region urgently needs and must continue to nurture. But perhaps it is most lasting legacy of Bridge Black Sea is not a single report, model, or tool. It is the ecosystem of cooperation. It has helped build an ecosystem that makes future coordinated actions not only possible, but expected. This brings me to the contribution of BSEC, the intergovernmental backbone of cooperation in our region. For 33 years, BSEC has worked to bring together the 13 member states in areas where collective action offers better outcomes than isolated national efforts. Our mandate covers the full spectrum of economic cooperation from transport and trade to environment, energy, research, and innovation. In this context, Bridge Black Sea has been a unique opportunity for us to connect the scientific community with the policy community. BSEC has contributed to the project in three meaningful ways. First, by ensuring political visibility and institutional support. As an intergovernmental organization, we have the mandate to introduce project results into national discussions, ministerial formats, and sectoral working groups. This ensures that the outputs of the Bridge Black Sea will not remain solely within the scientific domain, but will cascade into policy processes across the Black Sea region. Second, by acting as a multiplier, many of the tools, models, and recommendations emerging from Bridge Black Sea are now being circulated through BSEC's networks, our working groups on environment protection, on science and technology, on transport, and others. This infrastructure will help anchor the project's deliverables within long-term regional cooperation frameworks. Third, by supporting and co-generating the final conference, by bringing policymakers, scientists, regional organizations, and funding agencies into one room, we aim to convert Bridge Black Sea outcomes into concrete commitments, future partnerships, and new initiatives aligned with broader European and regional strategies. The Black Sea needs exactly this type of sustained, structured engagement, and BSEC stands ready to help embed the Bridge Black Sea legacy in the years ahead. Dear colleagues, the world is changing rapidly, and so is the Black Sea. Pressures from climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, unsustainable practices, and geopolitical instability continue to increase. At the same time, new opportunities from offshore renewable energy to digital maritime services and marine biotechnology offer promising pathways for growth. But none of these opportunities can be realized sustainably without coordinated regional governance and sound science. This is where Bridge Black Sea has made an invaluable contribution. These insights generated under this project, for example, improved forecasting capabilities, comprehensive ecosystem assessments, and data-driven policy guidance provide the evidence base needed to make informed decisions. They will support the implementation of the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea and Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda and National Blue Economy strategies. Moreover, Bridge Black Sea aligns with the priorities of the European Green Deal, the EU mission Restore Our Ocean and Waters, and global agendas such as the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science. In short, Bridge Black Sea has positioned the Black Sea region to take a meaningful step forward towards sustainability, resilience, and inclusive economic development. But as if with all major projects, the end is also a beginning. The challenge before us now is not to celebrate the result, but to use them. Use them to improve monitoring, use them to reduce pollution, use them to support sustainable coastal community, use them to unlock investment in resilient infrastructure, use them to design the science policy interface in the region needs. Bridge Black Sea has produced datasets, models, deliverables, and a data lab meant to be an ongoing knowledge base for the Black Sea. These resources are intended to underpin policy and regional cooperation after the project ends. One major concrete output is the 2030 Blue Roadmap for Black Sea, a set of concrete actions and policy recommendations derived from Bridge Black Sea science to accelerate sustainable blue economy activities up to 2030. Other major output is the 2050 Sustainable Blue Economy Imaginary report that lays out alternative futures for the Black Sea blue economy and governance to help policymakers and planners test robustness of choices today against long-term uncertainties. And this is where BSEC will remain an active partner. We will continue to work with our member states to integrate Bridge Black Sea recommendations into regional cooperation priorities. We will support future partnership between research institutions and policymakers, and we will ensure that the outcomes of this project remain alive and relevant through our working mechanisms and our engagement with other regional actors. Finally, let me express my sincere gratitude to the project coordinator, METU Institute for Maritime Sciences, to all consortium partners, to the European Commission for its vision and support, and to every researcher, expert, young scientist, stakeholder, and institution represented here today. Your dedication makes a difference not only for science, but for the millions of people whose lives and livelihoods depend on healthy Black Sea. The work you have done here is important. It is impactful, and it must continue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. As you have expressed, I agree that Bridge really delivered a lot of usable results, which I would like to show how Bridge is addressing the Black Sea challenges. And as a framework, I will show how we have addressed the Syria and its implementation plan with Bridge results. And here, this is the journey that got us today here. And the Black Sea Syria process was first started at 2017 with the support from the Commission, and we have formed the Blue Growth Initiative, Black Sea Blue Growth Initiative, and that initiative has delivered the Burgas vision paper. And with that, CMA has also endorsed Syria as its scientific pillar. And since then, we are moving hand in hand, CMA and the Syria. And we have developed the first Syria documentation on 2020. And afterwards, Black Sea Connect was funded. And with Black Sea Connect, many activities took place. Some of these activities were high-tech summit, like marine litter events. And then with national consultations, we have delivered the second or updated version of the Black Sea Syria and also the implementation plan. And meanwhile, doors and bridge projects were funded by European Commission to address the implementation plan and the targets within this implementation plan. And Connect Black Sea project has several objectives, of course, but the main one was to develop the strategic research innovation agenda and its implementation plan, and to structure the operational network of funders. And this morning we had a meeting of the ONF, and all the countries has joined, and one of the main missions of ONF is to support the Syria and its implementation. And during the lifetime of Black Sea Connect, as I said, the Syria implementation was updated, the implementation plan was developed and published, and many international and national consultations were organized, and also certain international organizations like the innovation workshops were organized. And as I said, we joined the Common Maritime Agenda meetings and linked the ministries and the funding agencies with the support. And one of the biggest achievements was the launch of the implementation plan in the European Parliament. And the implementation plan had several targets that correspond to different pillars of the Syria. For example, when you look at the first pillar under there was the digital twin ocean, which we see that's highly relevant today, and addressing the effect of multi-stressors. Although this was brought up by many projects, it's still a very valid topic. And also understanding the biodiversity and resilience of the seas, and innovative observing systems, and different priorities under the blue economy pillar. You see the blue biotechnology, for example, are still the fields that to be addressed. And of course, also capacity making and education. And as part of the operational network of funders, we brought the funding agencies together from all the Black Sea countries, and there are also observing organizations, and 6 meetings took place between 2022 and 2023. And the Syria implementation plan has been co-developed and also continuing to be addressed. And very recently, the ONF is again activated with the support from the Commission, and we are moving forward. For example, we are carrying out the exercise to address the gaps. What are the gaps now that are remaining? And these will be inputs to different European policies, for example, because bridge doors, also their outputs are providing input to different policies like Ocean Pact, today mentioned by Wiebke and Lana, and also Ocean Research and Innovation Strategy and the Black Sea Strategy are among the recent policy documents. And as I said, bridge and doors projects were funded to address the Black Sea implementation plan and the challenges there. Black Sea is a project that included 31 partners from both the Black Sea countries and the European Union countries, and it included 31 partners from 15 countries. And the main aim of the Bridge Black Sea project to address the safe operating space in the Black Sea by defining the planetary boundaries, and also by supporting ecosystem-based management framework and policy, and achieving the policy uptake by its citizens. And if we look at how the safe operating space is addressed, it's not trivial. You don't have one algorithm that addresses the planetary boundaries. So you need to have different tools, you need to have different assessments. And what we did, for example, with modeling, we have addressed gas indicators with cumulative effect assessment. We have addressed how different pressures and different sectors are affecting the Black Sea ecosystems and the services. We have carried out the resilience assessment, and as I said, we have carried out an ensemble of models that addressed different scenarios in the Black Sea. And if you go on the Bridge Black Sea webpage, you will see that for each pilot site in the Black Sea that's defined in the Bridge project, we have addressed what are the main stressors affecting the ecosystems there, but also we have addressed what are the main ecosystem services. And this is done both in a perspective starting from how stakeholders see the Black Sea, but also with the research outputs. And when we look at how Bridge Black Sea was structured, it was structured around 3 nodes and several work packages. And under these nodes, there are, for example, the first node is the service dynamics, where the knowledge was produced both from observations and models and cumulative effect assessments, and as well as resilience assessment. And under the blue growth indicators, blue economy sectors were assessed, and the other node was empowering the citizens. And if we look at how, if I give you a small tour about how Black Sea, Bridge Black Sea was structured, the first node, for example, this was a truly a process that came from bottom up, and all the stakeholders has, Pinar, can I have this in full screen mode? I can't see at all what I'm presenting. And it was a truly co-designed process, and several living labs supported the Black Sea design. And you can also on the Black Sea DTO page, for example, see how blue economy observatories are there. And also in terms of advancing blue economy, we had the High-Tech Summit, and we had, together with the DOORS project, Black Sea Accelerator Program, where around 15, yes, thank you, around 15 startups were supported. And we think that this is one of the main legacies, but also the living labs. And we have produced the policy brief and the roadmap, and policy brief is out there in printed version. Please pick some, and also if you wish some extra copies, you can see Brit, and it's a document that you have to definitely have a look. But same with the roadmap, and it's coming up. And empowering the citizens and capacity building and also education was part of the Bridge project. And we are very well aware that producing knowledge, addressing the main Black Sea challenges is critical to better understand the Black Sea and to develop solutions. And with these solutions, we will also develop the DTO system that has less uncertainty, and that the end users can trust more. And towards this end, we developed some smart monitoring systems, or we have applied them, and we wish to continue with this. And the contributing institutions will be part of this, and we hope to continue better understanding and producing knowledge from the Black Sea. And as I'm talking about the knowledge base, we have the database, which Laura will present, but we also have the Black Sea Blue Economy Observatory, which is part of the DTO, and you can go and check it out. And we have developed different scenarios that we have tested in the Bridge project, and these are the different imaginaries that are developed as part of Bridge. And Ensemble Modeling Framework is a unique framework that includes several institutions' model outputs that are running under a similar framework. And resilience analysis is also unique in terms of understanding the resilience of the Black Sea, and this will be delivered to you after me. Risk-based cumulative effect assessment is a tool that truly supports planning, biodiversity assessment, and see how Black Sea ecosystem services function under different stressors. And the AI-based emulator that we have developed brings us new tools, which are lightweight tools that can run easily on the DTO system and produce fast results, and allows the users to do on-demand runs. And Bridge Black Sea Digital Twin Ocean Demonstrator is the main, one of the main legacies of Bridge, which includes many tools from Bridge, and this is online now. Please check it out, and you can easily go and see the results there. And to summarize the Bridge Black Sea legacy, Digital Twin Ocean Demonstrator, as I said, and I will be talking a little bit about this. There's the policy brief and the roadmap, and the Living Labs that has established under 5 pilot sites and that engaged more than 400 stakeholders. It's an established platform which we can build on. Smart observing technologies, Black's Accelerator program, a very strong program which is already addressed today by Agota, that we should build on this. And Blue Economy observatories are there, next generation of ECOPS, and first regional tools towards a safe operating space. And of course, publications, which we have more than 40 until now, but many more are underway. And the Bridge Black Sea Digital Ocean Demonstrator is integrated on the Bridge Black Sea webpage, and you can go and check out different tools there. And also at the Living Labs, at 5 different pilot sites, a stakeholder vision is developed for each pilot site. And we have a poster about that, and you can see the vision of our stakeholders, how the Black Sea should be in 2050 at different regions. And and the policy brief is published, as I said, you can pick a copy, and this is a strong documentation towards recommendations for policymakers, and also there are recommendations for research and operational services, and this was truly a teamwork, and our colleague from European Marine Board had put a lot of effort collecting all this information and putting this document together. So you have to have one of these, and you need to pick this. And the other policy document is the roadmap as a legacy of Bridge. And what we did here is that we analyzed how Bridge is contributing to different priorities of Syria. And this is done under 8 targets that are given here. And at the end, many of our colleagues from the European Commission has mentioned about different strategies that can contribute to research in the Black Sea. And Bridge is addressing most of the strategies that are mentioned here. For example, the recent ones are the Ocean Pact and the strategic approach to Black Sea, but also research and innovation, ocean research and innovation strategy. We will be contributing to, and next week I'm joining a meeting on that. And here you see we try to synthesize how Bridge contributes to the European Ocean Pact and also to the strategic approach to the Black Sea. And you see that there are many relevant outputs of Bridge, like supporting management and decision-making through DTO and harmonized monitoring, capacity development, science-based policy making are part of the commonalities that are here. We have high impact papers, but at the moment we have 40 publications, but don't forget that after the end of the project, these publications continue, and we aim to have more than, at least more than 100 publications. And as the next steps, we have launched the Black Sea DTO, and it is now integrated on the EDITO system. And now that Bridge and those projects are ending, of course, these legacies of these projects will continue supporting the Black Sea. And for example, we hope to do this through the new Danube and the Black Sea Lighthouse. There are regional calls on DTO, for example, and we wish that our legacies continue, and we will definitely contribute to the new European programs as well. And with this, I would like to end my introduction talk. I just wanted to give you a brief overview how we are supporting with the outputs of Bridge the Black Sea Syria process. Thank you. And before we start with the next panel, I think I will show you the Slido code, right? Pınar, how do I do that? Okay. A Slido code will put up so you can access to ask your questions. But meanwhile, I would like to invite the panelists of the first session. I would like to invite Laura, Marie-Loire, Susa, Stefano, and Philip to the stage. And I will be the first presenter or the first speaker in this panel. But what I will do, I will give you a broader overview about the DTO. And maybe you can start from the second one. I will sit here. And about the Slido, will we show the Slido code or not? And I would like to thank the speakers of the first session. Really, they set the stage by showing us what are the current policy landscape and what will be the opportunities. And we will continue in a panel format. So I will start with the first talk, which will be mine on the digital twin ocean. Here is the Slido. Maybe I give you a moment to use your cell phones to access to Slido. And our panelists in this session will talk about the safe operating space and how we are addressing it. As I said, I will be the first, giving an overview of the DTO. Then Laura will talk on the database, and then Marie-Loire about the modeling framework, and Susa, resilience analysis, then Stefano about the desired scenarios, and our young colleague Flip will give his overview about Bridge. So now I would like to start with the digital twin, but if we can have it in full screen mode, because it's very hard for us to see. Yes, I have talked about the Bridge project, but when, as I said, the Bridge has started, it wasn't part of our grant agreement that we develop a digital twin ocean tool. But because how we have structured Bridge is one of the pioneering regional frameworks that would contribute to a digital twin ocean, we put some extra effort into it, and we have developed it, and now we are also having the infrastructure that's established and can be accessed, and will be maintained by MITU, and part of it will be the Blue Economy Observatories will be maintained by the Athens School of Economics, it will be their contribution, which is highly appreciated. So what do we need for a DTO, to establish a structure, a digital structure, let us really a DTO? First of all, you need data, contextualization, and integration of AI-driven tools that supports your infrastructures and new ways of interpreting, presenting, and understanding the results, and certain standardization, and the users should be able to test different scenarios and what-if scenarios. So when we look at the bridge and how the DTO demonstrator is established, is that as will be presented, the details will be presented to you, but there is a database and ensemble of model results, and these models are testing different scenarios, and as state of the art, there is the risk-based cumulative effect assessment tool and the resilience assessment tool, and there's an AI emulator which we have trained with our models, which poses a lightweight tool, and it's even in a hybrid version is coming, and with this, the users will be able to test different scenarios on demand mode. And when we look at the scenarios that we are testing here, there's the climate scenarios, fish, plastic, pollution, and we have also established a design scenario framework. And now, this is also integrated on the Edito platform. So this is the first blueprint of a regional, for the Black Sea, of a regional digital operating digital twin for the ocean, and it addresses a safe operating space for the Black Sea. And we have established it on how we have designed it. It's Edito ready, so it follows the same structure as the Edito. So with that, we could easily import it on the Edito system, which would normally take a big effort. So you can access the Black Sea digital twin ocean through the Edito system as well. And what you see here is the different compartments, and the first one is the physics and the biogeochemistry, and the second one is higher trophic levels and the plastics, and there is the cumulative effect assessment tool, resilience assessment is there, and also the AI-based emulator. So when you go on, I mean, you don't need any training, you can easily access and see the results of different scenarios, visualize them, and see the results of different scenarios. And this is the structure that you would see when you go on the Bridge web page, and the different compartments can be accessed through this. So this is a very quick tour of it, and here you see the results of different ecosystem results, the physics, and you can even compare the outputs of different scenarios here. We have a comparison tool developed as well, so by sliding your cursor, you can compare the results of different tools, and you can see how fish is distributed under different scenarios, or how plastics is distributed under different scenarios. And again, in a synoptic way, you can see the different assessment or different analysis of cumulative effects on the site. And with this, I would like to end how the digital twin ocean looks, but I would like to now give the floor to my colleagues to tell you more details about Bridge outputs, how it's contributing to the digital twin, how it's contributing to different policy documents. So with this, I would like to first start with Laura, and Laura, I would like to first ask you, I mean, knowledge is very critical for the Black Sea. You can sit as you prefer. how we have put together the data and the new knowledge together. If you can briefly tell about this. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm excited to share how the bridge Black Sea is transforming our understanding of the Black Sea through data we collect. But how much do we know about the Black Sea and what could we discover? So imagine seeing the whole story of the Black Sea in one database. Our goal is simple but powerful: to create a single comprehensive database and an easy-to-use web interface for Bridge Black Sea project. But this is not just about storing numbers, it's about bringing together data. So, because when the data is standardized, reliable, and easy to access, scientists, policymakers, and communities can make better decisions. So we build Bridge database on strong foundation in relation to European UN directives and FAIR principle. So it's not just big, it is smart. So some key features of the database include streamlined data management, automated workflow, fast access from any browser, and a desktop that grows with future needs for easy integration of new sources. So in short, the database, it is built for today, but it's ready for tomorrow. But what does this look in practice? So over the past 5 years, we have carried out 33 multidisciplinary cruises across the Black Sea, which we cover open sea areas, but also each pilot site. This is more than 1,000 sampling stations and about 700,000 records. This is covering everything from temperature and salinity to nutrients, pollutants, and marine life. But we can say we even collected data along more than 2,000 kilometers of cruise routes using advanced equipment. This is not just numbers, it is a living picture of the Black Sea, helping us understand how it works and how to protect it. But our database does not start today. It goes back decades. So we have included historical data from more than 25 years, covering more than 5,000 stations. And we have added more than 1,000 new stations from 2020 to 2024 in just 5 years. This continuity is crucial. It means that we can track changes over time and respond to new challenges with confidence. But the data is only useful if people can access it easily. That is why we build a web interface that's flexible, fast, and user-friendly. It uses modern technologies like JavaScript and Google Maps for visualization. And we didn't stop at the basics. We added smart filters so users can search by stress source parameters or by pilot site, because we know research questions are not one size fits all. This is a tool designed by scientists for scientists and for anyone who cares about the Black Sea. So we can say that Bridge Black Sea is more than a database, it's a community. It shows what is possible when countries work together and share data openly. But what is our ultimate goal? It's to define a safe operating space for the blue economy. We are building models to predict how climate and human pressure affects the sea. And these results will feed into Bridge Black Sea digital twin of the ocean, which is a virtual model that helps us for a resilient future. And thanks to integration with SeaDataNet, our data will be globally accessible. Even after the project ends, the database will stay active, maintained by METU Institute of Marine Science, ensuring this legacy lasts. So we can say that the future of the Black Sea begin with knowledge. So let's use and share this data for a resilient Black Sea. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Maybe you can pass the pointer to Marie-Loire. And I would like to ask Marie-Loire, I think the ensemble of models are one of the first for the Black Sea. So I would like her to tell us more about what are our unique results. Marie-Loire, please.
Yes. Okay, so I have to change the slide. Yeah, okay, modeling framework. So good afternoon, everyone. So I will talk about the modeling development that we have performed in the frame of Bridge. Okay, so that was the philosophy that we had in the developing the models, so the modeling framework that we had. So we start from emission scenario, then we move to climate model. I don't know why it just has disappeared, but in green it's really what has been coming from out of Bridge. Then we had the model run, oh yeah, so maybe it's, isn't it? No? Okay, yeah, okay, whatever. So then we have the model in orange. This is the model that has been run in Bridge. And so you see that in Bridge, we have developed an atmospheric regional model for the Black Sea, which was quite new. This atmospheric model forced the ocean models, the physics and the biogeochemistry. And then you move to ecosystem service model, and you see the whole flow of information. We run this model under predefined scenario. The scenario that we have selected was SSP1 and SSP5. We want to have the two extremes situation in terms of climate change. As concerned the river, we consider that the river would be maintained as it was in the past, and we run that for the future just for having the impact of the climate. For the plastic, we make some scenario, and I will detail that afterwards, but everything has been predefined. Then we build, of course, we're not starting from scratch, we build from a strong legacy in the Black Sea in terms of science, built on history of research, but also on past projects. And I would like just to cite a few of them, like CISAMI, Perseus, but also the Copernicus Marine Service. For the validation of our models, we use international reference databases like EMOTNET, the World Ocean Database, and the Copernicus database. Okay, so then what are the results? So I would directly go to the results. Temperature first. On the top, you can see the atmospheric temperature that we have simulated. What you see on the left is SSP1, so the best case, Paris Agreement. On the right, you see the worst case scenario. For the air temperature, you see that in the best situation, you have an increase of temperature, if you want to compare the current climate to the climate at the end of the century, of 0.2 to 0.7 degree. If you move to the worst case scenario, then the increase is much more, and you reach more than 4 degrees of increase of temperature of the atmosphere. What happens in the sea then? If you look at the bottom, you see the results of the model that we have run in Bridge. And so you know we run different models for the different institutes. And here you see a combination of the prediction of these models. You see the past here from 1960 up to 2000. And we simulate that in the past, we had already an increase quite moderate, 0.16 degree since the past per decade, yeah? So which is a little bit similar to what you find in the global ocean. If you move to the future then, you see a big difference if you look at SSP5, the worst case, and if you compare with SSP1, you have almost a factor of 10 of difference if you want to compare the increase of temperature per decade. And so you reach about 4 degrees in the worst case and less than a degree in the best case scenario. Okay, and all the models agree on that, which is very good, because very often we are asked the uncertainty. So here, all the models, they agree, they completely confirm that finding. If we now move to acidification, deoxygenation, and greenhouse gas emission, we also run these indicators, and you see that the model simulate a big difference if you are in SSP1, blue curve, SSP5, the worst case, the red curve. You see, for instance, for the pH, that the pH is decreasing by about 0.3 in the worst case against less than 0.1 in the best case. The oxygenation, the same, you see a big difference if you change the climate. And on the top, it's quite new. We simulate the N2O flux, still uncertainty on that, but you see that it seems that the Black Sea is a net N2O source, and this source is what we found in the past. If you go to the future, it seems that we still have a source which will not increase significantly because the atmosphere N2O is also increasing. Then if we move to the fish, okay, so we go to the fish and then you see anchovies and sprats. All these models, they are forced by our biogeochemical low trophic models. You see on the left what are the scenarios that we simulate in terms of fishing, but also in terms of climate. So we combine both. What do you see? You see on the right, on the top, anchovies. On the bottom, you see the sprat. You see that in the worst case climate scenario, you have a collapse of both anchovies and sprat, and this is mainly due to the climate change effect. If you go to the best case scenario, then you see a difference between anchovies and sprat. You still have a decrease of anchovies, but a little bit less than in the worst case climate. But for the sprat, it's a little bit better. You have a more or less stable situation compared to the current climate. Now, if you move to the plastics, we make the simulation with the plastics, and you see the different pilot sites of bridge, which are indicated here. On the top, you see the number of pilot sites. Here on the bottom, you see the accumulation of microplastics and macroplastic on the bottom for the different pilot sites. And you see that the worst case is in the Danube region. And you see that the situation is a bit improving in the future if you consider the best scenario. But if you go to the worst case scenario, you have sometime an increase, sometime a decrease of the plastic that will be delivered to the pilot site. What's happened for biodiversity? On the right, you see the impact on the mussels, and you see again that you have a difference between the worst case and the best case scenario. You see the accumulation in red in the mussels of plastic, which is worse in the case of SSP5. Last example that I would like to highlight is the impact of water quality and biodiversity. And so you see here a comparisons of what's happened in the 90s when in the Black Sea you had eutrophication problem, you have hypoxia problem, and on the right you see the biodiversity. And you see, in the bottom you see the biodiversity. And you really see that in the 90s you have a lot of sites where you have hypoxia, but you also have a very reduced biodiversity. On the right, you see that in the 2010, when hypoxia is a bit better, you have a recovery. You see that the hypoxia is reduced and you have a recovery of biodiversity. Okay, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Marie-Loire. Yeah, and most of the results can be accessed on the DTO webpage, but more results from different partner institutions are coming on the DTO webpage. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Susa. And dear Susa, in terms of resilience assessment, especially using the model results, I think they are quite unique for the Black Sea. So if you can tell us a little bit about that and how we can utilize them for further understanding of Black Sea health. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Barish. Good afternoon to everybody. So we're going into the resilience, and I have 3 reasons why we need to care about resilience. The first one is if your ecosystem or your system is in a good state and it's functioning well, you want to keep it that way. And if you have a stressor affecting this system, and if the system is resilient, you will keep that function. So things are like you want them to be. The second good reason is if you have a bad system state that you want to maybe restore. If it's resilient, the restoration is going to be difficult, costly, and maybe even impossible. The third one is the safe operating space that Barish mentioned. If your system is not resilient, it's very close to getting over these tipping points or the borders that you have defined. So you should care about resilience. So resilience, it really is the ability to retain essential functions, structures, and feedbacks of any system you're looking into. And in the Black Sea, we have seen a very classical loss of resilience in the 1990s. We went from the plankton fish-dominated system into the jellyfish-dominated one. And that had huge impacts. It had huge impacts on the fisheries, but it also had huge impacts on the ecosystem. What you see in the middle here is a bit of a simple explanation what we mean when we talk about resilience. So if you say about resilience or regime shifts, you always need to have at least two different system states where your system can be. In these figures, these are the two valleys you see. The ball is the system that you're looking into, and if you look at the upper picture, you have a very shallow valley that the ball is in. And if you only push it a bit, you will shift it into a new state, and you have a low resilience. In the lower one, you have a very deep valley. If you push the ball a bit, you don't shift it to another state, and that system is resilient. And we want to look into the bridge. What are the factors contributing to this resilience and when there is a potential tipping point? We also, using the results that Marie-Laure presented to you, we want to look into the future resilience and future resilience trajectories. So we looked into this resilience at the Black Sea level, both in the past and the future. When we looked into the past, we looked into ecosystem monitoring data, and we looked from everything from the plankton into the fish. And what we found out was that we found two different states with a recent shift in the 2005. And we actually found out that there was a recovery towards the pre-regime shift state. So we went away from the jellyfish-dominated state. And that was driven by environmental drivers, and then there was a cascade via the trophic interactions. And actually, currently, that state is pretty resilient according to our results. When we looked into the resilience of the future trajectories, using the modeled results, once again, that Marie-Laure presented to you, when we looked at the moderate scenario, SSB1, we didn't see any regime shift, and that tells you something already. When we looked at the SSB5, we did actually see a shift 2045, and we saw eroding resilience before that shift, and that corresponds with the plankton fish collapse that Marie-Laure also showed to you earlier. We also then wanted to look into the resilience not at the Black Sea scale, but at the more regional scale, more locally, at the EEZs. We didn't have the ecosystem data to do this, but we had fisheries landings data from sea around us. And what we found out was that there were changes in fish landings composition and volume across the different EEZs, and these changes were not synchronous. So it was really worth looking into the changes at the EEZ level. And we did detect regime shifts at different times. In Bulgaria, for example, we detected a shift very early in the 1970s when the predatory fish went down. But then Romania, Ukraine, Russia, we detected the shifts in the 1990s when we had the big, large-scale ecosystem shift, but we also saw the collapse of the Soviet Union. Turkey, on the other hand, we saw a much later shift, possibly induced by the climate. And there were main drivers that affected these shifts, and one of them was fishing effort, quite naturally, but also the climate played a role. So then finally, we also looked into these conditions for ecosystem service resilience at different pilot site scale, and now we are looking actually what shapes this kind of cup where the ball is. And this we did using expert knowledge. We issued questionnaires to our experts at the pilot sites, and these questionnaires were designed around the 7 ecosystem service resilience principles that you see just behind me. And we did this for the key ecosystem service classes that were identified at the Living Labs. It was cultural ecosystem services such as tourism, it was regulating services, and it was provisional services, mainly capture fisheries here. You see just 2 examples here from the cultural ecosystem services and 2 pilot sites. And what we did see in these results, we did put the metrics together into 4 main categories: diversity, connectivity, stressors, and management and governance. And we did this analysis for 3 different time periods. And what was significant finding in this assessment was that we found that management and governance resilience had actually improved a lot during the past decades. And this was due to increased participation as well as policy centricity in management. Also, diversity metrics had gone up. So this means that even if the Black Sea is facing these enormous stressors we have war in the region, climate change is pushing, we may actually have a better capacity in the region to tackle these challenges. And I would like to finish with that. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Susa and Stefano. Also, the model outputs has provided input for the cumulative effect assessment. And can you tell us how cumulative effect assessment contributes to the analysis in the Black Sea, but also what kind of implication it has for new tools like spatial planning or conflict assessment?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. In this, in our activity within the BridgeBS project, we try to put in action what was developed actually by the other work packages mainly. And in this slide is represented the 3 keywords that we have used to try to support this action. The framework, that is adaptive management, that means try to plan and manage and then investigate if the plan is effective and then try to adjust. So it is a cyclical approach to identify the better measures to achieve, let's say, ecosystem-based, to achieve a blue growth, but that are sustainable blue growth, And what we have used to support this identification of the measures, to support the narrative, has been the scenarios, the concept of the scenarios. And through the scenario, we try to combine together the climate change scenario that are more predictive scenarios, but also what we are expecting to achieve in terms of sustainable growth. So a lot of the measures that we want to introduce to reduce the impact, the pressure, and maybe to also at the same time try to develop some sectors. And we use a specific tool to do that, to develop this kind of high-level indicators to support this assessment and investigation that are the cumulative effect assessment tool. Which kind of scenario has been collected? As said, we didn't invent the wheel. We use what was developed in the other work packages, and especially at pilot site scale, we use the result of the living labs that will be presented later. And instead, at the basin-wide scale, we've used the result of the imaginary scenario. So we developed different approaches to investigate possible measures to achieve the sustainable growth. We try to put some measures covering multi-sector approaches, starting from maritime transport, aquaculture, land-based activity, but also coastal maritime tourism, offshore wind farm, aquaculture, etc. And this scenario is, let's say, our collaborative scenario. We worked a lot with the pilot site to try to investigate not just to do an exercise, but try to do something that is useful for the pilot site. These are just a quick overview of the main results for the key findings for the pilot site level. These are the main results. In the map on the left part, we see the result in terms of cumulative effect assessment for the 2050. Instead, in the right map, we see the difference in respect to the current situation because we investigated both the current situation and the possible future scenarios. We act in, and said before, in different sectors, maybe try to introduce green shipping, or add a new area of trawling ban, or add a new area for marine protected areas, a new area for offshore wind farms, and for aquaculture. We achieved that in general, new activity cause localized increase of this impact. We can see the brown area in the right map, but at the same time, however, these impacts are compensated by positive change in other sectors. And in general, the cumulative effect assessment in 2050 is lower than in 2020. And in general, overall, all the tested desired scenario produce improve the situation from ecological point of view. Similarly, the key findings for the basin-wide scale produce similar results. And in this case, as said before, we investigated two main scenarios. One is the Ecotopia, and the other is Unity in Adversity, that provide different approach, different approaches in achieve this sustainable growth. And in general, we propose a significant reduction of fishing activity in some area where this area where the impact was very high, and implementing new marine protected area across the basin. And we recognize that actually at the end, the input of nutrient from the land-based activity remain one of the main issues for the entire area. Finally, just summarize the legacy that we have achieved during the project. First of all, we developed these two new conceptual framework. For a new one, we improved the conceptual framework for cumulative effect assessment. We introduced a new module, a new conceptual framework to better address the pressure from marine activities based on Lagrangian dispersion, at this PMAR. At the end of the project, we have now a framework we collected all the information that we produce in terms of scenario and result were collected in created a portfolio of 17 case studies with all the results, and these results are represented through the geo-narratives that try to collect all the information in one unique narrative, and these are published in our systems. We have better improve, we improve and our tools and make this tool to perform all the analysis that we saw, and make this tool more oriented for the digital twin, to be ready for a digital twin implementation. And one achievement was also to publish the result through the Black Sea demonstrator, as said before by Baris. And finally, there are also good achievement in terms of building capacity and expertise, especially now we have prepared a online course that present all these activities. And finally, we supported PhD training, and our PhD candidate, Sofia Bosi, that is here, supported the entire process from the beginning of the process. And this is another real great achievement, because with her, we are able to, let's say, prepare to create with the University of Venice an interdisciplinary PhD that combine computer science and environmental science, and we are able not to work on real cases, not just exercise. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Stefano. And now I would like to pass the floor to Philip, who is one of our young colleagues who did his PhD as part of Bridge. And today already some colleagues were asking me about the emulator, how it can be utilized. And Philip will tell us about that, I believe.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Philip Smith from the Technical University of Denmark. And now I will talk a bit about how AI tools how we have been using and how you can use AI tools to better understand and manage the Black Sea. And I will also briefly talk about my experience as a PhD student under the BRIDGE project. So just briefly who I am, my name is Philip. I did my master's in Earth and Space Physics and Engineering, and during that time I especially worked on automatically detecting sea ice in satellite images using AI, and that really sparked my interest in ocean science. And that led me to then do a PhD under this BRIDGE BS project, where you can see my main supervisors over here. And the title was AI in a Changing Ocean, so also quite relevant. Here I mostly focused on ocean modeling and trying to integrate data from a lot of different sources and then using AI to kind of analyze the dynamics. And I defended my PhD this August of this year, so now I'm really a product of BRIDGE. So why do we want to use AI in ocean science? AI and neural networks are really known to be very good at finding patterns in large and very complex systems. And actually they rely on a lot of data, which is very helpful that we have a lot of data. And once they have been trained, they can deliver a lot of insight and predictions very, very fast. And that is very important in the ocean, and in the Black Sea, where we have which is highly dynamic, and we have rapid changes. And traditional models are really good and accurate a lot of the time, but they can also be quite slow to run. So this is supposed to be a good complement. And what AI then gives us is that it can give us these rapid forecasts, do different scenario testing, and maybe also give us a tool to understand key drivers of change, what is actually changing the ecosystem better. So in a sense, these AI tools can give us a way of better use all the available data that is already available. And what I've especially been working on is this AI emulator, where the idea is quite simple. You have a physical biogeochemical model already run, and then you take this model and you use a neural network to try to reproduce what is happening and to try to learn the overall dynamics in these models. And the reason why that's very interesting is that if we can capture the main dynamics using neural networks, then we can go into details with if we change some inputs, what happens, but also what is driving the predictions in different places. So for example, with plankton in a certain region, what are the drivers in that region? What does the model use to predict? And that can maybe change. So it could be one thing in the past, and then we can check if it's changing in the future. And essentially, after it's been training, it's also great for these what-if scenarios. So what if we have the temperature going up, or we have a change in the circulation? What effect does that have on the plankton? So does it increase? Does it decrease? And this can be done in seconds rather than maybe hours with other methods. So that's the key idea behind this AI emulator. And then I also want to say that beside all the technical, I've really learned a lot from collaborations across many places. So for example, all the BRIDGE meetings, I've been talking with a lot of colleagues and tried to find out what is actually interesting to look into in the ocean. Then I also spent some time with Marie-Laure in Liège, which was very beneficial for my studies. And then I've been sharing my work at many different conferences and meetings and stuff like that. So that I really got a chance to both talk with people using AI for other things and ocean science in another way that really shaped my my PhD. So with that, I just want to say thank you, and yeah.
Thanks a lot, Philip. I think we are over time, but there are some questions. Maybe we can take one quick question. And I will start with maybe with Stefano. The question is that now that with our scientific findings and the climate action as we see today, what's the probability that we head towards the best case scenario? Maybe you can answer this within the framework of our desired scenario. What do you think, Stefano? Our desired scenario fits the recent findings, or maybe also I will ask the same question to the others as well, but first you. It's a tough question, but
yeah, no, this is yeah. No, about the probability yeah, I don't know, because actually, no, we try to put something realistic in the scenarios, but of course, the implementation of these scenarios is a different way, is a different process, and requires the commitment of the country, especially, yeah, the countries involved. But what we say, we try, however, to incorporate also the action that are already in place. For example, the maritime spatial planning actions. We use a lot if, for example, for Romania and Bulgarian, that I have already some plan or draft plan. We use a lot of that information in order to make the scenario as much feasible as possible. But actually, about the probability is I don't know.
okay. Marie-Laure, not about the maybe desired scenario, but if you look at how the temperatures are going and the carbon emissions, what do you think? No, don't look at those. I'm modifying the question. Yeah, because what do you think where we are headed in terms of climate change and in the range that we have our model analysis? What would be where would we fit there? For example, we have SSP1, we have SSP5, the best and the worst. Where do you think we are headed with the latest scientific results?
Yeah, so I guess not scientific results. I guess that for the assessments of the CO2 in the atmosphere, we know that we have go over the Paris Agreement. So indeed, when we start Bridge, we decided to run the SSP1. It was a bit optimistic, but yeah, we want to say to the community, look, if we stick to Paris, this is what we can have. No, we are sure that we have go over the Paris Agreement. We are more to a world beyond 2 degrees. And so, yeah, so probably we should have to redo the simulation with another scenario, which is a little bit in between. We'll not go to the worst case, but probably in between. This is what we are doing now. It's more SSP3, I guess. This is where the community is going now. So we have to do again the simulation then, yeah.
Thank you. I think we need to switch to the other panel because we are really running out of time. So for the second panel, I would like to thank to our all panelists and invite Pınar to moderate.
Hi everyone. So I would like to invite the speakers of our next panel, which will focus on communities, policy, and innovation. So I would like to invite Cremena Stefano, Alice Guitar, Matteo Bocci, who was leaving just now. I hope he is back. Matteo, we are waiting for you, please. Oops. And Marta, Maria, and Betül, another young face in the session. Yes, please. You can sit in any order you want. So in the meantime, I would like to also remind you that the QR code that you just had is valid for this session as well. So you can, both online and on-site participants can ask their questions through the same link. And as our speakers are settling, I would like to also remind that we had over 75 online people, and we are in this room 70 people. So I think despite everything, we have a very good turnout. So I will also sit. Okay, yeah. So before we start, I would like to also address in the previous session, in this session, you see that we are really a female-based project. We had a lot of projects, but really that's something that we really, I think, cared in the project. Pretty much all the work package leaders are female, and it's not just tokenism. These are people that actively drove all this process. And yeah, we talked a lot about co-design and stakeholders. So I'd like to start with Alice and ask her about the community, the bottom-up part really, how we engage the stakeholders in these living labs, which were a quite new concept to many. But now I think it's a very well-known concept. So can you tell us a little bit on how we engage stakeholders and what are maybe some concrete outputs?
Thank you very much, Mina, for the question.
We are seeing Slido here. If we can have the slides in the first, Gözde Hanım, yes? Okay. It's there, but it's going to come up here in a second. Sorry.
So how did we engage the community in Bridge? So we implement 6 living labs in 5 different countries, including the Odessa region in Ukraine, where representatives from the blue economy, including public and private sectors, academia and civil society, were engaged in a series of workshops where we used a system innovation approach, which allowed stakeholders to discuss about challenges, needs, but also opportunities in relation to the blue economy, with the end goal of co-designing blue transformative pathways, which will allow to reach the sustainable visions 2050 that they also co-developed. Those blue transformative pathways, essentially, they are roadmaps, strategy to support and boost the sustainable development of the blue economy in the regions. There, stakeholders focused on key sectors in needs and transformations, which are fisheries, maritime transport, and coastal tourism. But also emerging sectors in needs of a sustainable path, which are aquaculture and marine renewable energies. They also, in all countries, develop pathways for environmental management. Those pathways, they have a strong component on innovations, technological innovations, but also social and institutional innovations. So within the living labs and this co-design process of pathways, stakeholders also identified barriers and enablers that are currently existing to support the implementation of those pathways. I can mention in terms of barriers, governance fragmentations, but also high cost for implementing new technologies and a certain resistance to change for the adoptions of those innovations. Interestingly, in terms of enablers, the European Union is seen as a key actor by providing funding, but also by providing a policy and regulatory framework really supporting the sustainable development of the blue economy. So in a nutshell, the living labs and the stakeholder engagement were a success. We received very, very positive feedbacks. It helped the stakeholders to further understand the linkage between society and nature. It also helped them understanding better how they can contribute to this transformative process. And we can say that the living labs help bridging the science-society policy gap, and also ensuring that science is also supporting the needs and the well-being of local communities. Of course, it comes with further expectation in terms of next steps. How do we implement those pathways? But I can also mention that this dialogue and trust that we built over the past 4 years will be very valuable for future initiatives, and more specifically for the further development of the Black Sea digital twin of the ocean with a co-design process. And talking about the Black Sea DTO, and this socioeconomic component. Another very important output of Bridge is this Black Sea Blue Economy Observatory that we initialized. And we can see that this is the first attempt to build such observatory for the Black Sea, we're trying to have a strong sustainability component. So this observatory, it includes a dashboard, which is essentially a one-stop shop for socioeconomic data for blue economy sectors and each countries of the Black Sea. It also includes information on the current status of the different sectors in the Black Sea, as well as the different scenarios that the project has been developing. But of course, this came with some challenges in terms of data collections, data availability, data accessibility. It's a work in progress, and we really call for an harmonized framework for the collections of socioeconomic data in the regions, including a strong sustainability component. Thank you very much. That's it from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Alice. I think trust is really an important word for the Black Sea as culturally. So I think the Living Labs have really established that at the local level. Well, speaking of technologies and the further need for data, I would like to turn to Kremena to tell us about the technologies that were tested or developed in the Bridge Black Sea project in terms of the cost-effective and innovative technologies. Please, Kremena.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, how the bridge actually advance the smart, cost-effective monitoring tools for the Black Sea. It is the main point, and we have put forefront the main goals to understand how the Black Sea ecosystem functioning, and also enable rapid biodiversity assessment using innovative approaches. Actually, the core objective thank you. The core objective was to advance tailored smart monitoring application tools that not only innovative but also practical and also scalable, ready for use in the observation monitoring. We developed, and you can see here, high innovation platforms which are with strong potential to be adopted, and also their focus to biodiversity, eDNA barcoding, metagenomic, advanced benthic observations, as well passive acoustic for mammals diversity. As well, another point of view was to detect, and early warning system is very important to demonstrate what is the situation. And under the bridge, actually, it would demonstrated tools for jellyfish assessment by using different drones, also acidification system, radioactivity observation, under noise monitoring. This like a key threat source of a Black Sea, one of the key threat sources. What is very important is that work supports the broader vision by accelerating this adoption and uptake of next generation monitoring system. Actually, the idea is not just to innovate, but also to make them all investigations, all investments and tools which were developed to prepare them for operational monitoring framework. The project has also introduced next generation observation, like you can see here, different points of view with different eDNA, metabarcoding, and metagenomic observation. Also, drones, jellyfish for detection, early warning system, radioactivity, pH and noise, also smart observations like gliders, also scumfish, benthic observation for high resolution data, also phytoplankton image library enabling rapid harmful algal bloom assessments. But another point is also very important, not only to innovate and to develop this, but also to see, here we can see where we were in the beginning of the project and where we are now. Some of the developed level of adoption analysis presents the upper figure. You see some of this developed new type of monitoring were ready to be used in the future. Some of them, like technology readiness level, in the beginning were about like a concept, like just idea, and then after development, we can say that now they are in the level of 6, 7, and just need to be used, validate in the AOCs to make them operational. This is very important in our work actually, and we try to be prepared just like from observation to innovation and legacy. The next point, very important also, this is not only scientific work, but this also is tools which, like legacy is essential, and Bridge leaves behind a lot of sensors, tools, and digital resources. But this output support policy and also scientific collaboration and future investment beyond the project lifetime. Our works, we can see that we were first in a lot of development and investigations, but this work gives information for Marine Strategy Framework Directive and good environmental status assessments. Also will be based for EU Mission Ocean and for digital twin of ocean, and also will give possibility to be part of Horizon and other different programs. And in the end, some of key messages, as we say, with smarter monitoring, we detect risk earlier. Actually, we respond faster and can manage marine resources better and more responsibly. In our work, we can say that some of smart observation play a crucial role in safe, sustainable, and innovative blue growth. Also, tools such as eDNA, metabarcoding, acoustic imaging, flow cytometry, radioactivity sensors are good for non-invasive data collection. Also, these innovations give opportunity to help in management and blue growth and blue economy. And combined with this technology, science, and collaboration, we could detect risk earlier, act faster, and be more manageable. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kremena. Yeah, I think what Bridge has produced plays very well into the Ocean Observing Initiative that is coming now. While Kremena left on the policy and investment part, I think now we can hear from the finance part from Matteo on what Bridge has done in terms of upscaling these technologies and what's needed, and some of the pilots that we made in Bridge.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, apologies for being the minority here. Good, I can be gender neutral for 5 minutes, and we are all set. And indeed, we made the next step also building on what we discussed so far as Bridge. So we look at how we can scale up and support the not just importantly transfer of knowledge, but also helping in transfer of solutions, scaling up and adoption of solutions. So in what we call the Black Sea Accelerator, which was a partnership also with Doors as a sister project, really the main gap that we identified is this mismatch between the availability of solution, I mean, including the solution that we supported as Bridge, but then the difficulties in really transferring those solutions in matching with the solution seekers, which are many in the Black Sea, but this is a multiple issue of lack of awareness, knowledge, space for matchmaking interaction, but also financing. I will go through those aspects very, very quickly, of course. So we look at the blue economy, which of course has a very wide range of sectors in the Black Sea. Some are more traditionally advanced, others are more embryonic, but all of these have great potential for uptake and access to innovation. And importantly, innovation is not just a solution, which is important, but also potential for new, more sustainable, less impactful business models. So we studied all the potentials, and here basically you look at the green and the orange. The green is the innovation potential of the different sectors, but just to give you a snapshot. And of course, innovation is relatively high across the different sectors, embryonic, emerging, and mature. Some have a more higher readiness in uptake, but we really try to support that. So we launched this Black Sea Accelerator. It was really a mix of expert support, support to the scaling up and startup, validation, fine-tuning of ideas, looking at funding. We actually had a couple of solutions now that reached venture capital funding or apply for grants in the Black Sea, so that was quite good. And really looking at market assistance and really helping the solution provider to be able to pitch to the potential partners, pitch to investors, and really scaling up in their ability to grow. We had, no, wrong button. We launched 2 calls. The first one was jointly launched with Doors, where we really matched the different synergies of the 2 programs, and the second one was on our own. For the first call, there was a great overall return, I would say, given the potentials and the dimension of the Black Sea. In the first call, we really look at the broader range of sectors and level of TRL, as you say, so the level of technology readiness, how much solutions were mature or not. And then we pick a restricted number of those applicants to really help them. And we also had some opportunities for non-Black Sea applicants that really wanted to enter, let's say, the Black Sea blue economy market. So that was really quite interesting. And the second call, we really focused more on a higher level of readiness for the solution. Technically 5 up, but you don't need to know that. If you don't know it already, it's fine. And we really look at them to scale their ability to pitch, access to venture capital, as says recently, some of those, they really received the needed money to do pilot, to develop partnership, even in other sea basin, and really scale their potential for growth. Another element that was important for us, due to our understanding and analysis, was to create this platform for really innovators, let's say, of the Black Sea, in the sustainable blue economy area to get together. Of course, there are other very relevant initiatives, such as the Sea Basin Common Maritime Agenda, the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, and other initiatives. So we partnered with them, but we created this quite unique, I dare to say, high-tech summit that really brought together all these investors, solution providers, solution seekers. We also held back-to-back event, working with SBEP, working with the Common Maritime Agenda. We had a session of pitching of our solutions, so presentation of our solution to investors, together with Blue Invest, which is a key initiative for the EU. And we also really helped by, again, I'm now self-celebrating, but it was a collective effort. We scale up the relation between innovators and investors in the Black Sea, although there's still quite a lot to be done. We put that in our recommendation for next action, but really particularly this relation between, as said, technology readiness level, TRL, which from 7 up is really where you have the solution, but you want to test and pilot and demonstrate, and then link to the the so-called IRL, which is investment readiness level, which is a jargon to say really how you're able as a solution provider to become a business, to understand the market, to really scale up as a practice and as an enterprise. And that is a critical area where we still see the gap. Frankly, is quite common across Europe when it comes to the blue economy, but particularly relevant for the blue economy, the Black Sea, given also the limited level of investment and private and public investment. So this is an area where really further support is needed through commission money, through BISEC, through other operators, including also the network of funders, because this is where the paradox is that the amount of money for that transition for good ideas and technologies into performing business is in the range of 200K. And paradoxically, this is an area where you don't find money. It's like if you ask for $1 million and you're a good solution, everybody kind of would like to step in. But if you ask for 200, 300K for testing and piloting, it's very difficult to find the money. So this is really where we put forward, like launch the ball to all of us and the Commission, because this is really an area where you need grants and support. And also, and I'm done, it could be interesting for the public authorities and the funders network, because this is an area also where public innovative procurement could help. This is a little bit of a hidden secret, and rightly so, a secret in the community, because the public procurement could be used to buy innovation as pre-commercial buying. So public money could be used to really bring together stakeholders in the local innovation ecosystem and put money to scale up solution before really launching a call per se. This is supported by the Commission. It will be increasingly also supported under, as Barish said today, under the Mission Ocean CSA. So it's an area for also consideration. I think I stop it here, and thank you very much. Sorry, I stole your microphone.
No, it's okay. Yeah, I think that's where the policy come into play. But before that, I would like to remind everyone that most of the nice visuals that Matteo has shown, they are very much bridge-based analysis that we are putting in our reports, which will be available very soon for everyone to use, because they all these work were summarized into these nice visuals by the project. On that note, I think we can go to Maria so that we can really dive into the policy side and what Bridge has done and that aspect. Please, Maria.
Thank you, Pinar. Well, first of all, I'd like to highlight that Bridge has been supporting evidence-based policymaking since the very beginning, and this is at the core of the project. So throughout these 4.5 years, we have promoted continuous science policy interactions based on a three-pillar approach: dialogue, knowledge transfer, and upskilling. We've worked with different profiles of policy stakeholders who, as you know, are not homogeneous. So we work with technical policy professionals which have a technical background and are quite ready to understand science as it comes from research, but also with strategic policymakers who doesn't really necessarily understand scientific knowledge, but they need to understand what science has to offer them to fit their policy processes. And on another dimension, we also work with senior practitioners and early career science and policy professionals. And a good example of this is the Policy Science Winter School, which brought together early career professionals from both communities to understand how scientific evidence is generated, how it can be translated into policy relevant formats, and how this interaction can be sustained beyond the specific projects. So participants work with real Bridge results and scenarios, creating not only a hands-on training environment, but also building trust and connections between the next generation of science and policy actors in the Black Sea region. So today, we are launching 3 key results from our work. The Bridge BS policy brief, which you have already seen in a physical format, that provides a high-level overview of the main policy results, from the main project results and policy recommendations, the guiding manual for policymakers and knowledge transfer in the Black Sea, offering a practical framework to help to integrate scientific knowledge into policy processes, and the 2030 Blue Roadmap for the Black Sea that provides a structured framework to keep this science policy engagement active beyond the project. So the roadmap includes 2 main components. The first one is an analysis of how Bridge has already contributed to the implementation of the Black Sea's RIA and how these results align with the main policies, the main regional and European policies. And the second component is an action plan. This morning, early in the session, someone was mentioning what's the way forward. Well, we have quite a good clue on the way forward in this document. It builds on 38 project results and proposes 36 concrete actions organized under 8 thematic groups. And as I said, it's aimed to guide the next steps to materialize the long-term impact of the project. And it includes actions related to research needs, knowledge integration, capacity building, innovation, regional coordination, and science policy interaction. Each action has the necessary elements to move forward and carry them out, like the geographic scope that would be much more suitable for the action, the necessary actors to carry it out, the suggested approach that would be more suitable, even suggestions on what possible funding instruments would be suitable for these actions. And I'd like to mention that given the scientific progress achieved not only with Bridge, but also with other projects that have been running in the region during the same period, like the Twin Project Doors and others, a significant progress has been achieved. So should you consider that a revision and an update of the Black Sea's RIA is necessary, with this document you have a pretty good baseline to do such an analysis. So it's been mentioned many times during the section, the contribution of the project to the different policies and strategies. We cannot go in detail because we don't have time now, but I encourage you to go through the roadmap because you have this information there. But I would like to mention a few aspects that are directly related to the most recent strategic frameworks involving the Black Sea and the European Union, where the potential of the Bridge BS roadmap to support some of the key priorities become clear. Those are the European Ocean Pact and the EU's strategic approach to the Black Sea. By implementing the actions proposed in the roadmap, it will be possible to achieve a more coherent reporting and decision-making in the region to fulfill the BS EMAP and the Bucharest Convention through coordinated environmental and monitoring assessment. Joint initiatives, the possibility to set up early warning capacities, better aligned regional responses will enhance the regional resilience to environmental and climate crisis. Data integration, joint observation and monitoring, the Black Sea DTO demonstrator contribute to and strengthen the Black Sea connection with the European and global data and digital systems. Through the connection to the EU DTO, through the potential participation or contribution to the Ocean Observation Initiative, and through the Ocean Pact dashboard. Indicators, assessment, and analytical methods can support a good environmental status evaluation, the marine protected areas planning, the environmental restoration. I mean, everything has been said already, so I'm just kind of gathering the key messages. And overall, the project offers a solid evidence base for improved decision-making that can also contribute to develop future regulation, like the Ocean Act. It can also contribute to the MSFD revision, and in general, stronger coordination at sea basin level, promoting a sustainable and innovative blue economy through fostering knowledge transfer, identifying promising sectors to attract investment, and supporting skills development with an active role of younger generations and the involvement of local communities across the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. So yeah, clearly the capacity building has been a priority for many different policies, and that's one area that Bridge also has outstanding results. So I would like to turn to Marta to tell us a little bit on the capacity building activities that we've done in Bridge. We already saw Philip, that was of course one part, but there is much more. Please, Marta.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present the capacity building activities within Bridge. So I'd like to start by talking about the summer schools. These have been two of our most visible and impactful training actions. So we had 2 summer schools being organized within the duration of the Bridge project. The first one took place in Istanbul in August 2022. It gathered 12 students for an intensive program focused on the blue economy. Participants engaged in a combination of lectures and workshops, and after the good positive feedback we had from that, we organized another summer school in Tbilisi in Georgia in September 2024 with 14 students, this time on the theme of blue biotechnology. This edition introduced a Blue Economy Hackathon, encouraging innovation, creativity, and teamwork, and it allowed participants to address real regional challenges. So these have been, together, these summer schools demonstrate our commitment to empowering the next generation of ocean professionals and supporting them as they enter the field. So this is part of an important part of our capacity building activities. Now, alongside these structured programs, our commitment to empowering the next generation of professionals, the project also directly supported, as we heard before, 12 PhD students, including 3 who were co-supervised throughout the duration of the project within the consortium. And this academic support helped strengthen expertise in Black Sea focus areas. So we'll hear more from Batul later on about the PhDs and her experience. Now, the training and learning exchange program as well was another activity that was very important within the consortium. This was an internal activity that was designed to strengthen collaboration and knowledge exchange among partners. So it's another point that I wanted to highlight regarding knowledge exchange among partners. But one of the activities that is definitely worth mentioning and that I think got a lot of visibility throughout those 4 years was the Black Sea Young Ambassadors. This was an activity that was started in Black Sea Connect in the previous project that was run by Metu. Basically, the ambassadors, we had 2 cohorts where the young ambassadors represented 6 Black Sea countries. They brought expertise from diverse blue economy sectors. They were all sectors were represented in there, and their contributions were significant throughout the project. Basically, they supported the project activities throughout. They engaged in the living labs, in the summer schools, and played an important role in the National Australia consultations. And they helped to ensure that young voices were influencing regional research and innovation priorities. They also raised the visibility of Black Sea issues and Bridge outcomes on high-level platforms and events. They represented the project at Mission Ocean, SRIA Implementation Plan launch, and EU Research and Innovation Days. So they were a very, very active group with regular meetings and regular online meetings as well. And they were very active, ensuring that their voices were being heard in relevant events and consultations. One key highlight was their participation in the Black Sea Syria IP launch event at the European Parliament in May 2023. Which demonstrated the value of youth engagement in science policy processes. So we're very happy to have a very active youth group being involved in those activities. Also, Bridge was very active with the younger age group, with creating and delivering educational activities for youth, for students at school. So a broad range of educational activities was delivered across 4 Black Sea countries. We managed to reach more than 300 students. I believe the number is much higher, but we don't have the exact number. So these activities included workshops, training sessions, activities in the lab, a scientific diving course, which was completed in May 2025, a dolphin watching cruise in the Istanbul Strait, and some other science outreach activities, including Green Week, which took place in Romania. These activities, of course, were carried out by partners across the Black Sea, and they provided students with very much hands-on activities and experiences, which helped spark interest in marine science and encourage environmental stewardship around the Black Sea. Another major achievement that we wanted to discuss was the Citizens for Science campaign. This is sort of like an umbrella campaign that we prepared and contributed to through a series of interviews. So here we gathered experts within the consortium to address the least documented environmental stressors in the Black Sea. So we did this following an analysis of the national press coverage across the Black Sea countries. And we made sure that the least documented stressors were promoted through a series of videos that we created through a series of interviews with consortium scientists. So we proceeded with a series of videos. I don't know if this video is going to play. Oh, sorry, can I go back? I don't know if it's going to play. There is a video here, but you can find our videos in the social media. It's not going to play? No. Sorry, this white box there is meant to be a video. No? It's not going to play.
We can send it out as the meeting presentations with the link and later on. Sorry,
I'm sorry about that. But yeah, we did 5 short videos on stressors. These include habitat degradation, climate change, invasive species, mineral extraction, and declining fish stocks. And I had the one up there for declining fish stocks. So it would have been interesting to see. They're only like 1-2 minutes long. So anyway, the other thing that we're very proud of in this cluster of activities is establishing the first Black Sea Literacy Group. This happened when at the MC 2023 conference on ocean literacy in Batumi, Georgia. It was the first time that an MC conference was held in a Black Sea country. So this was a very important milestone in building a long-term regional ocean literacy community in the Black Sea. So we're very proud that this was hosted in a Black Sea country for the first time, and that ocean literacy was taken to a Black Sea country for the first time, and there is a maintenance of the Black Sea network still running and still going. Lastly, one of our most creative outputs was the collection of 85 recipes. This is traditional seafood recipes from 5 Black Sea countries. And these recipes actually formed a cross-regional ebook, which is blending cultural heritage with ocean awareness. And it shows how food traditions reflect our relationship with the sea. And this is actually what I have here. This is now the first edition, but you can download it from the website. We have the second edition now available on the website, and you can scan the QR code there and find it. And lastly, our Lighthouse to Lighthouse book is also a book that was created and showing the cultural significance of the lighthouses that are around coastal cities in the Black Sea, to show how we're connected to the Black Sea in more ways than just science. So thank you very much for...
Thank you, Marta. Well, finally, I'd like to invite Betül, who has actually touched all these different subjects that we are hearing today, from policy, the winter school, from the technologies and the cruises, and also capacity building. So, Betül, please tell us about your area and also your experience as an ECOP.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Betül, and today I will share my experience with you through the Bridge Black Sea. I am a marine molecular biologist. I work at Institute of Marine Sciences of METÜ, and as a doctoral researcher. I was selected as a Bridge Black Sea student in 2023. So I started my thesis this year, and my research focused on revealing the phytoplankton dynamics and community structure at the benthic ecosystem, which is seafloor of the Black Sea. And these groups are so crucial because they are not only in the center of food webs, also they have important roles in the maintaining ocean health as key species. And in my thesis, I combined traditional taxonomy with modern techniques, such as environmental DNA. And this integrated approach strengthens our ability to identify species. So my advisor is Professor Mustafa Yücel, and within the project, I was also supported by Dr. Nina Dizembekova and Dr. Arzu Karahan and Professor Neslihan Özdelice. And in the project, we had opportunity go on 2 expeditions in the Black Sea with national and international colleagues, including young and senior scientists. And as an oceanography student, it's very essential to go on expeditions and gaining hands-on experience. Also, I collected my own samples in this expedition from different pilot sites of the project. So, as a part of Bridge Black Sea, we have joined different capacity building activities such as summer school, blue biotechnology and sustainable blue economy, and winter school science for policy. And these events helped me connect with wider community and broadened my vision. One of my favorite moments was in the winter school when we were playing interactive games about marine policy with diplomat, marine solutions, and I saw firsthand how scientists and policymakers can approach problems differently. And I was assisting also Work Package 5, which focused on advancing scientific research, including new observatory tools and biodiversity assessment methods. And this role enhanced my coordination and communication skills across different partners. I need to mention, of course, there were challenges along the way. It wasn't all sunshine, but in the end, we managed to overcome these challenges, and I realized that how the process was truly fruitful for me. Here we see 3 of challenges that I met and strategies that I developed, and that enabled me get these achievements. First, the workload was extensive and needed to process timely, but I focused on developing my time management skills, and that helped me complete and contribute effectively project tasks. And another challenge in the beginning, I had limited expertise in bioinformatics and taxonomy, but I could reach out different experts in the project who helped me enhance my knowledge, and we had chance to exchange ideas, and I could apply it to my thesis. So it was a transformative process for me from several different perspectives. Lastly, I want to say it was wonderful to be part of Bridge Black Sea, and I feel the collaboration makes us stronger and resilient. And I hope this community continue to grow together and meet in the future steps for the Black Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Betül. I think the project has managed through these different activities to form this connected young ECOPs together. They will be the ones working forward as well. Well, speaking of time management, we are half an hour late, so we will skip the Slido part and we will have a coffee break, but I will keep you here and I will invite everyone to the in front of the stage, so you'll have the group photo and then we will have a very well-deserved coffee. Please. Please come to the stage. To the stage, and yes, also down on stage, because we have these. Özgün, do we all stay in the stage or do we go downstairs? To the stage? Özgün stage diyor ama bence şey yapalım ya. Okay, sorry, I will have everyone here. Barış Hocam, I will have everyone here because apparently light is only here. So please, yes, on the stage. So everyone to the stage, please. Please. To the stage, please. Bilal Hocam, oradan çıkış yokmuş. Tamam. From here. Susa showing some resilience. Let's come to the left side of the stage so people have space, like Georgia did. Come on. But I hope we will. Come on. So please come to this side, Mike. Please, Matteo, please. Yes. Go a little bit. Please go to the left side of the stage. And the tall ones to the behind, please. Short ones to the front. Sorry. No. No, it's okay.
Decision support. Best scenario.
Okay, almost. We will fit.
We have space on the left corner,
please. Please, to this side a little bit more. Almost there, but be careful.
4.5 years older.
What? Okay, does everyone see the photographer, Oliver? Hopefully. There are some people behind. They can come to the front. Thank you. So 15 minutes of coffee break. 15 minutes. Yes, sorry. Everyone? Yes. Hi, please be seated so that we continue with the last panel. If people can also hear me from outside. Okay. Okay, hi everyone again. So we would like to continue with the last panel, but for that I would like to invite Georgia Chansey, the moderator, so that she can invite the speakers. Thank you.
Hi everyone, hi, thank you. So I would like to invite to our last but not least and most interesting panel of the day, our esteemed panelists, Ms. Phoebe Koundouri, Mr. Angiolo Boncompagni, Ms. Michaela Mirea, and Ms. Rosita Stoeva. It's free sitting. You can sit wherever you like. And also, you will see the slide in a while. You can use it to ask your questions, make your comments during the panel. Yes, you will see. Yes, thank you. So, hello everyone. I hope you are not tired too much yet and you have some energy in you to follow this last panel. We will not have PowerPoint presentations. It will be a very loose discussion, let's say. And the aim of this panel is to see how these very wonderful things we have heard in the previous sessions will be used in the time onwards after the project ends. I will not take much of your time because the speakers should share with us their expertise and knowledge. But I would like to highlight that one of the key outcomes, one of the core of the project was the science-based policy making, proposing policy-making and decision-making processes that are grounded in science in order, on the one hand, to address upon real challenges and needs of the communities, and on the other hand, to maintain the research results alive. And you listen to me, right? It's working, right? No? Even after projects like the Bridge Black Sea end in a couple of days. So we have invited with us today our distinguished panelists that come from the region, but also from regional and global initiatives. And they come from science for policy and from policy to science sectors. So I think their views and insights are very valuable. And without further delay, I would like to start inviting our guest panelists to share, first of all, to let us know, first of all, what is their background and how they position themselves in the Black Sea universe. And I would like to start with Dr. Phoebe Koundouri, who comes from the UN framework, and I'm sure her insights will be very valuable. Please.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to be here. So I'm a professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business, which is a partner of this project, and Alice Kitar was co-leading the stakeholder analysis of the project. I lead IFORIA, which is the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on Sustainability. It's an alliance of the different research institutions that I direct, together with accelerators and science policy networks and scientific academics networks. Together, we are 200 researchers, and over the last 30 years have worked on more than 150 big interdisciplinary projects. Now, I'm not here to say what we do with regards to the Athens University of Economics and Business and the other institutions that are part of the Alliance of Excellence. But I'm here to bring to your attention 3 initiatives, 3 collaborations that we have that I think could be major platforms for communicating the results of Bridge Black Sea. And I will quickly say which they are, and then in the second round I will explain how we can communicate and highlight and make Bridge a flagship example, scalable example project for the rest of the world. The first one is that I am the Chief Scientist of the United Nations Global Sustainable Development Report. This is a report that is issued every 4 years by the United Nations. It is written by 15 scientists that are assigned by the General Secretary of the UN, and it's the report on which the SDGs are negotiated. The high-level forum of the United Nations that negotiates the SDGs, their structure, their deadlines, their definitions, their KPIs, is based on this report. And this will be the last report. It will come out 2027, and it will partly define or even mostly define the future of SDGs after 2030, because the deadline is 2030. The second initiative that I lead, and this is under the auspices of the General Secretary of the UN, and in collaboration with UNFCCC, is the Global Climate Hub that designs climate resilience and climate neutrality pathways for all UN countries. And I'm going to explain how we design them and how I think Bridges is very relevant to that work. And the final thing that I want to put to your attention is that 2 weeks ago, we launched at the European Parliament a partnership between the ERC, the European Research Council, and European Parliament. And this initiative aims at bringing together in direct interface the cutting-edge research of Europe, ERCs. I am an ERC grantee and an ERC ambassador, with European Parliament members. Now, my aim is to negotiate the extension of this initiative so that some flagship projects, highly successful projects, huge projects like this one, enters this initiative. That is, you don't have to be an ERC, you can be another hugely successful project and be cross-map with the members of parliaments that are relevant for designing policies for marine research. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Phoebe. And now I would like to invite Angelo Boncompagni, who comes from another interregional initiative, the Sustainable Blue Partnership. And please share some information from your...
Thank you. First, I would like to introduce the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership for those who still doesn't know it. It's a co-funded EU partnership in research and innovation with 75 partners from 32 countries, plus the European Commission, which co-finances 30% of this project. We have annual calls for 7 years. We are now at the 3rd call just published. And we have 5 intervention areas concerning the blue biofood, which represents the majority of the funding, the digital twins of the ocean, the marine infrastructures, the managing sea uses, and the coastal communities. Most important, our work, which is devoted to pooling research and innovation investments together and aligning national programs is made through the 5 regional sea basins, one of which obviously, and one of the most important is of course the Black Sea. And here is the point. The regional dimension is crucial for us, and we act through some regional nodes, which are our colleagues located in different countries of the area, helping us to the immersion of a very regional blue economy policy. They are from Bulgaria, Turkey, Georgia, and Ukraine. I'm glad to announce that Georgia will host the next regional workshop in 2027, and unfortunately, the black note is that the Black Sea is the last of the list out of the 5 sea basin regions to apply for our funding. We only allowed to financing in the first call and 5 in the second call. We are now hoping that the third call will be better. Let me see that we organized an important event in Sofia in October last year, a regional event. Rositza was present and knows Michael as well. And we had some outputs from there. We met our stakeholders in the region, and in the final conclusion, we understood that there's the need to reinforce the coordination and the effectiveness of the international relations, which sometimes appear to be a little bit weak. We also know that it's a very delicate geopolitical situation. And the need for improving the public sector capacity and the private sector engagement. The focus in the different topics was above all in circular aquaculture, blue biomass reuse, artificial intelligence, DTO, etc. And another point is precisely the need for increasing the visibility of the region in the EU funding. I conclude, but with an important information, I'll come back later, is to announce and to invite all of you, as Wibke said at the beginning of this event, the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership is organizing its second symposium, which will be held in Bucharest on the 11th of February next year. It's a good moment to meet all together, the stakeholders, to assess the process and also to refine the intervention areas and to go beyond in this process.
Thank you. Just one comment that considering that we heard so many times today that the region is looking for funders to fund project ideas in the future, I see there is a gap we need to address, and events like this bring the stakeholders closer so that they can knowledge transfer and move forward from these challenges, but we will return in the second round of questions. I would like to return to the Black Sea Basin and give the floor to Michaela, who is the coordinator of the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. You all know her, but okay.
Yes, because where I'm positioning in the Black Sea, to answer your question, I'm part of the Black Sea family. I always have been working for or in the Black Sea. And for 3 years now, almost, I am coordinating the Black Sea Assistance Mechanism, which is the assistance mechanism set up by the Commission, so by DG Mare and funded by SINEA, to implement and to support the countries to implement the Common Maritime Agenda for the Black Sea. I am not alone. We have a team of national hubs one for each Black Sea CMA country. And I must say that part of them are in bridge project involved, and others are in doors project, and some others are always connected to this family or web of Black Sea stakeholders. What we have realized after these 3 years where we coincided, doors, bridge, and the CMA continuously, I think the Black Sea community has grown a lot, and we have achieved a very consolidated family and very consolidated team that we know each other better. We are every time more, but also the newcomers are welcomed and are fast integrated. And I think this is the one thing that we would like very much to emphasize on, that initiatives like Bridge, and also with our support, because Bridge is ending, but the Black Sea family continues to stay here. I mean, Bridge is just a project, but behind the project are all these people that worked so much for all these results, and we remain here. And we will be the ones to continue everything that happened, and CMA will be here to support. And in the second round, we go back to that on how.
Thank you. I think it's safe to say that we all know each other for more than 5-7 years, so it goes way back, yes, and it will continue. And speaking of family, last but not least, Ms. Rosita Stoeva, who is here today on behalf of the BSEC coordination chairmanship in office for the second semester of 2025, representing also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Bulgarian Republic.
Thank you very much indeed. I consider myself part of the family, and yeah, I'm super honored and very happy to be here today. And thank you very much, METU team and the Bridge BC family for inviting me. I consider part of this family myself. We started this process not in 2021, we started this process in 2017. To be honest, nobody thought about Black Sea and blue economy and what to do. So it's, after what has been said, I'm totally changing my speech because Mihaela touched upon what I wanted to say, but I would like to agree with what she said. Indeed, there was a lot of efforts, we did a lot, and we have to be proud of what we did here and what the scientists and also the policymakers did in regard to Black Sea. Black Sea became more visible, and it's not, and CMA and SRIA, which was endorsed in 2019, helped a lot in this regard. The process started earlier, and we see that there is a momentum and a lot has been done in regard to the synergies, exchange of knowledge, good practices. And we have to use this momentum. We cannot say that, okay, what we did is good, and from now on we are going home. No, it doesn't go like that. I don't see it like that. My ministry doesn't see it like that. And I'm open, you know me, that I speak on, also on behalf of Black Sea, BSEC organization, since I'm also in charge of chairing the organization for 6 months on behalf of my ministry. We don't see the way like that. We have to continue, we have the way further. What is next? So the trust has been created between the researchers, between the policymakers, but this trust has to be continue further. We have to invest. This is what I wanted to stress on behalf of, let's say, the regional perspective as well as on behalf of the national perspective. And I would like to say also that from our side, a successful and productive regional cooperation in the Black Sea area, especially in regard what Bridge is doing and what we are doing generally supporting the research community, cannot be done without the European Union. So we have to keep European Union more involved in the region. We have to find a way to speak in one voice all together, especially now, because Black Sea needs support. This is what I'm saying for years, and I believe Baruch is not, even surprised what I'm saying now. But we have to join forces, and on the second round, I will say how I see it. But and everybody's here. I agree with me that we need to join forces together to speak loud on behalf of the Black Sea and to find more support, financial, and you have to keep EU close to us. Europe, Black Sea is European Sea. We have to understand that, right? So I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Rosita. So I know we don't have much time, so I will ask a second round of interventions from your side. The Slido is still active, so please, if you have any comments or questions, you can direct them through the Slido. Again, the aim of this panel is to see how we can translate the results we heard from the scientific perspective in the earlier sessions into actions, into policies, or into funding frameworks, or into synergies in the region. And we are fortunate to have the representatives of these important initiatives and organizations at regional, international, and national level. So I would like to ask, Phoebe, you mentioned 2030 as a milestone for the SDGs. We know that the Bridge Black Sea issued a roadmap, again, 2030. It seems that 2030 is a milestone year for many initiatives. So I would like, from your experience, to tell us if you saw from what we heard in the morning, potential of the Bridge Black Sea results feeding into the report and the implementation of the SDGs ahead of 2030, and if so, how the Black Sea communities, the Black Sea stakeholders can assist in that process.
Yes, okay. First, in my previous intervention, I said 3 angles where we can highlight the important results and the wealth of the results of this integrated project. The first one, the UN level. This is the Global Sustainable Development Report of 2027 will, by definition, have my mark in a way. So what will it be? I am a mathematical economist and econometrician working on systems transformation that will bring nature, economy, and society on a sustainable interaction. Now, this report is an assessment of assessments with regards to the performance of the 196 states of the UN that submitted voluntary reports with regards to the SDGs. And we know, based on these voluntary reports and based on previous UN global reports, that at the moment we are at 20% level of implementation of the SDGs. The SDGs, 17 SDGs, 169 goals, 300 KPIs that we use to measure the level of performance. Data hungry, science hungry, because it's a very integrated framework, because it's a framework that in order to monitor and assess, you need spatial data coming from satellite, coming from drone, in situ data, socioeconomic data, Internet of Things data, and also you need a lot of modeling of the interactions, the trade-offs and the synergies between the different SDGs and the different 169 targets within them in order to make sense of the level of the performance. At the moment, we are only at 20% level of implementation globally. The level of implementation in Europe is higher. But because I don't have time, I will stick to this information. 20% implementation. Is it good enough? Definitely no. Can we do more? Well, what we already achieved in the first 10 years is that we have a very explicit definition of sustainability. A very detailed way to measure progress with regards to sustainability. We also have across the globe very detailed transposition of the SDG framework into policy frameworks. So in Europe, we have the European Green Deal. We have all the 150 laws, regulations, and policies all of which that are connected to marine resource management and use have been mentioned in this conference, so I will not mention them again. But the idea is exactly a policy transposition of the SDG framework that will mobilize the changes that you need. And not only we had this policy transposition in Europe, we had this policy transposition, maybe in less detailed version, in all the regions of the world. Now, what we need to do now to increase implementation, and this is where my work comes in, and this is why I was chosen to lead this report, is to accelerate the implementation. So we have done a lot in transposing the framework, and we have achieved 20% performance in terms of implementing the framework. Now we need to accelerate. How do we accelerate? Well, we need to make sure that we have an explicit mechanism, an explicit institutional structure that allows you to bring together the science, the data, the technology, the needed capacity building, the fiscal and financial resources that will allow implementation of the investment portfolios that are defined through science and stakeholder co-design. And this is where I would like bridges to be highlighted. So in this report, we are gonna highlight scalable results from different science policy interfaces. It could very well be the case that Bridges is the project that highlights how you bring together all you need in order to transpose the SDGs into implementable pathways in the marine sector. And this is my aim, and this is why I asked Barry to come here and talk to you about this. And this would mean that your community, led by the coordinator of the project, of course, our community, because we are partners in this project, to bring together in a very laconic way, in a very visual way, in a very science-based policy understandable way, user-friendly way, all this work of the project in directing actual implementation that can be shown on the ground and can also be scalable across all differences. So this is the first aim, and we can achieve this quite efficiently. The second global initiative that I chair is the United Nations SDSN Global Climate Hub. And this is the instrument, the scientific instrument that UNFCCC is using to negotiate at COPs the national determined contributions of different countries. And this Global Climate Hub, and I will be very fast, basically, at the end of the day, produces a digital twin for each and every country for the transition to climate neutrality and climate resilience. It functions in 3 layers. The first layer is mathematical modeling of each and every system in the economy of the country, the energy system, the transport system, the land use system, including agricultural systems and forestry systems, the marine use systems, like you have here, including energy production from the sea, aquaculture, fisheries, tourism, shipping, on top of the natural ecosystems modeling. So you have nature being modeled, then you have each and every system of the economy model in terms of its physical infrastructure, but also in terms of economic modeling, meaning that you need to model how you are going to allocate the resources, you are going to create investment portfolio, and how you are going to create fiscal and financial instruments that will finance the investment portfolio that you need in order to implement the pathways that will allow you to get to the national commitments. So these pathways are the dynamic, optimal mixture of policies, and I'm finishing, of policies, technologies, fiscal and financial instruments, and changes in governance that you need to implement in a country to get to climate resilience and climate neutrality. And this touches upon each and every system of the economy, but not solved in silos. You don't have optimization models that work in silos, the energy model, the marine use model. These models speak to each other. They are solved in an integrated way so that synergies and trade-offs are identified. And when you have the pathways, you identify the financing and you co-validate the pathways with the stakeholders that, like you did in this project. At the end of the day, you have a platform where all the data, all the models are put together, and you have a final tool offered to the stakeholder, which is a digital twin that has the natural resource layer model, the infrastructural structure modeled, the economic structure model, and the social structure model. And this is the tool that can be the second step of Bridges, and we can even discuss with UNFCCC this extension, because Bridges has the natural layer, the social layer, but maybe we can beef it up with regards to the infrastructural engineering layer and the economic layer. That's the second suggestion. The third one I explained in my first intervention. We have to get flagship projects of Horizon with the European Parliament.
Exactly. I'm sorry, but we are already over time, so we need to speed up. Just one comment, and the slide again is open. I'm always afraid of overlaps and duplications in the region, and there are also existing mechanisms that can take up on such initiatives. We don't have to invent new ones, just a suggestion. So maybe we can follow up on your suggestions with the coordinator and the Black stakeholders and see how the community can respond. Yes. Exactly. So we can follow up with you and see how we can create this link. And you mentioned funding, so we moved to Angelo. And you mentioned the third call. It was closed last week. We are hoping for positive results for everyone who has applied. Is there a new one in the pipeline? And if yes, are you considering aligning some of the priorities with the Bridge Black Sea recommendations? The policy brief and the roadmap offer some good insights about recommendations. And my last point, if you can also, because you mentioned UN funding framework, the Black Sea has one itself, the operational network of funders, which needs to kickstart its operations. So maybe you can share some key takeaways from your experience in SBEP for them to take into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, we are now at the third call out of the 7 we have foreseen in our side. So you have time to align
Music
with us.
to our ears.
But above all, I mean, we are a participative process and also a dynamic funding. So every year the intervention areas are rediscussed, and we give a lot of importance to the inputs coming from the territories, so from the regions. So that's why I also appreciated so much some of the interventions we had before, because they are very important on one hand, but I mean also very useful to contribute to a common European agenda of the blue economy. And having said this, for instance, this year our call is highlighting some transversal issues related to the 5 intervention areas I listed before, such as the artificial intelligence or the market uptake, and these are elements which must be cross-cutting in our funding and calls and applications. Having said this, I also would like to remark an important aspect. Our calls must be trans-regional, so we only finance projects involving organizations from different sea basin regions. This is important to contaminate this constellation and to have the possibility to bring the know-how of the most developing areas, such as the North Sea, for instance, was very advanced in regions with, a different level of financing and or of political structures. And this is, I think, an important input for us. There's another point in which the SBEP maybe can help you, because we are now conducting an additional activity led by our French partner ANR. It's precisely the collection of the regional portfolio of projects. The idea is precisely to coordinate together already existing co-funded projects in view of optimizing their aims, creating connectivities, and so on. The related call will be published in next year, 2026, but we are already working on the point with our colleagues from the Black Sea, among others, who gave some important inputs. And they also listed some current projects who could be involved, but I will save you from this list, and in case if anyone is interested, I will speak directly. But the most important thing is please keep an eye to this call, which is published, and would like to involve all the research organizations in the area, and your participation is really important. And finally, you asked the 3 key messages for the regional organization, and I have reflected on this because it's the fruit of the work of last month and also of the workshop held in Sofia last year. First, I would say the first suggestion is improve the administrative effectiveness. I know this is a well-known point, but it's really important. I would like to add at different levels. First, in the international cooperation, this is fundamental, but also at the domestic level, because in every country, unfortunately, competencies in our sector are very fragmented. Moreover, there's another point, the European bureaucracy. The current commissioner has promised for the future Horizon Europe a simplification, and we hope this promise can be maintained. And another point is precisely the capacity so in connection with this, capacity building is a part of this improvement of the administrative effectiveness. The second point I would like to remark is trying to increase the impact of the research. This is requested by the Commission, of course, but it's I would say, obvious when we speak of applied research. And in this case, the involvement of the private sector will be more and more requested, and everybody in Europe, I think, must find a way to open the world of science to the private sector, not only industry, but also finance. It will become more and more important just to improve the quality of seafood, of DTOs, and on the concrete tools to which our science is devoted. And third and final point, I would like to suggest to follow the very dynamic updating of the European political agenda. This is fundamental because new issues are coming, so the security, first of all, is becoming more and more important. So we need to focus on the dual use, for instance, of the marine infrastructures, and to take into account that we have three important instruments we already spoke a little bit about, but I would like to recall first is the new multi-annual financial framework after 28, which will change a lot of things, stressing especially on the competitiveness and the innovation. Then the second instrument is precisely Horizon Europe, which will have the same name as of the previous, but will not be the same thing. There will be a lot of changes, and we have to follow day by day what the Commission and the Member States are proposing on this. And finally, the EU Ocean Pact, we spoke of it before, but it's precisely a fundamental tool to understand on how the European blue economy will go in the next years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think all of us found your intervention very, very useful. And I'm happy with the key points you mentioned that the bridge Black Sea has initiated some actions to address administrative challenges, capacity building, industry and science link. And with your final comment about the EU policies, it's a very nice lead-in to my next two panelists, the questions, because there is also one fourth strategy that is of interest to the Black Sea, the EU strategic approach for the Black Sea that was issued in May. And I would like to ask Michaela and Rosita to address, from their perspective, from the links that they envisage, that they see are created between the results of the project, the Black Sea, and how this can support the EU strategy for the Black Sea, considering that it prioritizes blue economy high in the agenda. The CMA is identified as one of the key stakeholders. Regional frameworks like BSEC are also identified as important actors for the region. So from your perspective, from the Common Maritime Agenda and the policy side, how do you see linkages between the bridge results and the EU strategy for the Black Sea?
For me, it's very complicated because my previous speakers already said a lot of things. And again, they are very similar to the things that I wanted to mention as well. The EU strategic approach and the Common Maritime Agenda will remain here. I understand that closing a project can be a stressful moment. It's a happy moment because you see all the achievements, but also it is a sad moment because you feel like something is over. But let's see projects in general like an opportunity to keep the things that we managed to achieve very well and that are our competitiveness asset, and to lose the things that didn't work so fine, and to make sure that these are not becoming a routine. I think that Bridge obtained a lot of good results, and CMA was here to support it since almost since the beginning, I think. But Black Sea Connect and SRIA are first of all awarded as winner of the winners in the Black Sea Awards 2024. SRIA is the scientific pillar of CMA. We have nominated to the award also the Black Sea Accelerator, which is a result of Bridge and also of DOORS. The success stories for this project are on our website still, so everything that you have produced is still out there. What I will very much suggest, looking at the EU strategic approach, to the Ocean Pact, to everything that the European Commission and also the regional level is producing, is after this closing, when you settle and you relax a bit, to discuss with all the partners and see what are your assets that you want to capitalize and take forward. And with these things in mind, with all the lessons learned that you have it, I mean, you can present it in many forums and you can tell it from one to another, but if you are not there to really experience them, you don't learn it. So just like kids, you need to really understand how this works in order to do it again and to do it yourself. So for all these lessons learned, try to see what are the competitive assets that you have left from the project and you want to capitalize further. Because one thing that I heard a lot is that Black Sea is lagging behind. Now I'm saying something that no one will like. Well, what I think is that Black Sea is doing things differently. So we are not lagging behind, and these projects, the project Bridge showed that there is a lot of results and a lot of ambition in the region and among the stakeholders. So we are not lagging behind. We are a grown-up. We are not a kid, but we are doing things differently. So one thing that we need to do is to look at the region, to not lose the contact with our stakeholders, with our countries, with our people, and with our culture in the end, because we cannot escape that, and we don't want to escape that, and try to get ready for everything that comes. Will come a new Interreg, Black Sea, at some point. And I always advertise, and I would like more the stakeholders coming from projects like Bridge to really be involved in shaping the new Interreg and to ask for priorities that are related to the things that they know the community needs, and to shape this policy so that the good results are there and can be further exploited. Then we are having SBEP. So there are still other opportunities out there. Then the organization, the network of funders that should kickstart, as you say, and we are there also to push for it, because also the region needs to show that they trust and they want to invest in the things coming from the region, not always the others to support them. And then, yes, of course, is the European Commission that will bring also the money. The money will be out there, but I will also enforce the capacity building that Angelo was saying. And this is something that we also have seen a lot in our meetings, that still we talk about funds, but we really need to talk about the capacity building. And after that, or part of the capacity building, we also need to look at Europe or at international level, and to try to partner with them so that the others will understand what Black Sea means. I think DOORS and Bridge made the first step, because these are Black Sea projects, but they are having a lot of partners coming from different areas that are not Black Sea. And this gave the others an opportunity to understand how is Black Sea different and how Black Sea can interact with the other sea basins. CMA will remain there. We will be having continuously the annual stakeholder conference. Hopefully this will become a tradition and a checkpoint for all the stakeholders in the Black Sea to meet and to fine-tune their actions. We want to continue being a framework where you can develop your projects. We will be supporting that in every way that we can, giving them visibility, trying them to even connect with other projects or other partners that are happening at EU level and are relevant for the Black Sea as well. And one thing that we want to stress for, now I'm using this opportunity to ask for something, not only to give, but also to ask, is a better and a stronger connection between science and research and the industry. I think that where Black Sea needs to push the accelerator is to create this connection and to make sure that there is a technology transfer between the research community, that it's very high level and very well prepared, and the industry from the region. So the private companies, the blue economy sectors that are in the region and that can be competitive. The other part of Europe is already running more than 100 kilometers per hour. So I think that, as I said, now you relax. Congratulations for this project. Thank you that you keep us close to you and part of your family. We will do the same in exchange. But after that, try to see with a really critical eye your competitive assets and bring them forward and fight for them at EU level.
Thank you, Rosita, and we will.
I'm thinking again why you put. I was supposed to speak first, to be honest.
We saved the best for last.
Yes, and now I'm thinking what to say because Michaela actually, I cannot compete with Michaela. This is obvious, but try to a little bit to sum up in a way because she said excellent things. Sabeb again said good ideas how we can develop further. Phoebe left, but she said also nice things. So to sum up a little bit from our perspective, let's say from the regional perspective, again speaking on behalf of being a national coordinator of BISEC, as BISEC chairmanship in office of Bulgaria, as well as my country as well, representing my country. Indeed, a lot of projects has been achieved and we have to be proud of this. This is for sure. Bridge is one of the good examples, but what next? So this is exactly the topic of the title of this panel. What next? And synergies, definitely. We have to keep the momentum. This is what we have to consider. This is a good momentum. There is a good record not only for bilateral projects as well as from the regional perspective as well. I can speak a lot of what BISEC has done during the last couple of years as well. BISEC being part of Bridge project, as it was mentioned earlier today. We have to express and we have to be join forces in this regard. There are good opportunities. I believe in that, and in this regard, this European Union strategy for the Black Sea is a good. Let's say I could consider it as a guiding documents when it comes to supporting projects in the Black Sea area. This is a document, just for your kind information, that was developed, initiated by Bulgaria and Romania in 2024, and actually again now it's adopted, endorsed, so we have to find a way to implement the document because there are many documents and strategies, but this one we have to find a way to develop it in order to support our research, because the research is important, especially nowadays. And I would like to say here what to step in when Michaela said that we are not lagging behind. I totally agree. We cannot lagging behind. We have a war ongoing in the region. So, and full-scale war for more than 3.5 years. So we are doing fine. Believe me, we are doing very fine, despite difficulties, despite what is going on. We have managed to survive. And we are continuing further. And in this regard, this is the call and this is appeal to the colleagues from different DGs being with us today. I still see DG Mare with us. So please not forget Black Sea. Black Sea is a European sea, it's your sea, it's our sea. So we have to find a way to continue further and to put this strategy operational, to have a substance in it. The strategy itself is very nice. We know what is written there, but we have to have a idea what next, and we have to support this. These are good. What we heard today, the very good results, and part of the results I was contributing. I was trying also to contribute from the regional perspective as well. These are fantastic results, but we have to implement them. We have to wait to see how we can continue further through ONF, through different platforms. And here I would like to share with you from my perspective, from my country's perspective, and from the perspective of BISEC organization. At least until December, Bulgaria is in charge of the BISEC organization. We initiated consultations and we created kind of good synergies. Of course, these synergies exist, but we put more focus on it. We initiated consultations with the relevant EU institutions together with 2 other EU member states in BISEC, Hellenic Republic and Romania, and we will try to again to push and speak in one voice with the different DGs to see where we stand as well and how we can support the Black Sea research and innovation from the national perspective as well. Of course, supporting people like you here today. How we can push. I mean, we need a push a little bit. Especially nowadays. Again, I'm repeating myself. And here I would like also to mention one element that is very important, and I recently understood, because I left BISEC for a while and I wasn't following what is going on, but since 1st of July I'm back in a way. So I would like to say that my country is going also to support the regional project formulation from the position of chairing the CMA, coordinating CMA, and we have Michaela with us. CMA next year, and we will try our best to formulate some concrete project proposals. I would like to share, it's very preliminary, but my country is going to develop 3 very important priorities. One is sustainable tourism and underwater heritage, cultural heritage. We have already a center which was certified by UNESCO in Sozopol, Underwater Heritage Center. So we would like to see some developments there as well, with cooperation with all of you here today. We will also focus on safety, security, and sustainable of maritime shipping in the Black Sea area. There is a project that we want to see develop with EMSA, and we see how the financing is going to be. But this is another opportunity that we can talk and discuss further under the CMA umbrella. And of course, synergy, it was already mentioned this morning, synergies between Black Sea and Danube region, and I see also a lot of connection with the Lighthouse and the Mission Ocean, because I believe that, through Danube, we have a lot of things to discuss when it comes to Black Sea, not to forget that this pollution, most of the pollution comes from Danube, and we have to see how to do. I am using the momentum again to say my speech on that. So we have to find a way to develop such kind of also projects, because there is a Danube strategy, there is this document that was towards the Black Sea that was recently, Black Sea synergy, so we can do something here as well. And to sum up, what next for the Black Sea? Because I see what is next for the Black Sea. I don't know if you see it. Further developing projects, concrete projects. This is the only. I can see this as soft security measures for the region. I mean, this is the only way to develop further. I mean, we cannot work just separately. We have to join forces, and together with the countries on the Black Sea, who are allowed to work with us, let's put it like that. This wasn't the case before, now it is like that. Only with friendly countries of the Black Sea. Together with the European Union, this is the only way. And we have to stimulate this kind of, not a discussion, but this kind of collaboration. And you can rely on my country, Bulgaria, in this regard, and me personally to support whatever is on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosita. Mulțumesc. Grazie, благодаря. Thank you. There was one question in the Slido. I think it is about what would the panelists see as ideas for future projects. I think it has been answered by our panelists. A lot of ideas were heard about priorities, but what was also mentioned is that the stakeholders, the communities, should pitch for their ideas, because as we understood, there is funding available. There are many funding frameworks, either operational or about to be operational. So you should pitch your ideas to them. You should push the agenda through your networks and using this kind of events to promote your ideas, because, as I say, the Black Sea is a multiverse. And only if you are in this multiverse, you get to understand it, but it's a fascinating one. And it has strong industry, research communities, policy, and society. So when we put our forces together, we can achieve a lot. And I don't know if there are any questions. No. And with that, we close this panel. I'm sorry if it has taken more time than initially envisaged, but I'm sure it was quite helpful on how to move forward. And I would like to invite Baris, and I see Mustafa on the screen for the last words. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to thank our last panelists. I really enjoyed this panel. I enjoyed the other panels as well, of course. And at the end, I would like to give the floor to Mustafa to say the final words, and then I will take the floor to close our final bridge conference. Mustafa, please.
Thank you, Barış. Yeah, I like the final panel too. Yeah, I'm left a little bit more optimistic after hearing their. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Mustafa.
Okay. Yeah, very nice, really input from our panelists. Also, excellent talks by our work package leaders, and also very interesting and very, very comprehensive opening remarks by our policy officers in DG MARE and DG RTD. So, as it was mentioned previously, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda was launched in 2019, but as Rositza also mentioned, the process started in 2017 during Ziggy Gruber's watch in DG RTD. So, as a result, actually, from Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, 3 projects worth 20 million euro were supported. So, first Black Sea Connect CSA, and then Doors and Bridge Black Sea. The last 2, of course, they were more research innovation projects, as you know, and the 2 of them implemented many aspects of the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda to varying degrees. But as we had also an assessment meeting this morning with the Commission and countries, there are many actions were successfully implemented, and there are, of course, many more to be done. So these actions generated a wealth of results, tools, demonstrations, as you have heard today. New research leaders emerged from different work packages, from different domains of work. And beyond that, a young generation of professionals have now also been trained. And we believe that they are now ready to take up leadership in the next wave of projects as new work package leaders, as new coordinators. So we are really looking forward to seeing that. And yeah, beyond results and scientific input and beyond different tools, the main legacy of these projects and the process that is active since 2017 is people of the Black Sea, scientists, professionals, policymakers of the Black Sea, which form at the moment, as Mihaela mentioned, a very tightly connected community. And also trust was mentioned today, I think, by a couple of speakers. What's important now is that institutions, different organizations from policy, science, public bodies, or from private organizations, they now trust each other, they work together So this is the main legacy, I think, the whole process operating in the last 7 to 8 years. So maybe before that, we were again producing results, producing science, publishing papers, doing things, but we were not working together that much. But now the situation is very different. We have really built a strong momentum. We are working together, and we would like to continue to work together. And in that context, it's great to see that, especially in the opening speeches of this afternoon, but also in this morning's operational network of funders meeting with the country representatives and European Commission representatives. Looks like the momentum will continue. There's the willingness to support new aspects of the Syria, but also continue to support strongly implemented aspects of the Syria. So the Syria, the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda will be further updated. It is still our guide, but it needs to also be updated and be adapted to new topics, but also the new policy landscape, which was again summarized very nicely today. And there are still open questions to work on for many more years. For instance, again, Rositza mentioned this topic, and also it was also touched upon a couple of times, to what extent the Black Sea was affected as a result of Russian aggression on Ukraine. This is a very important, urgent topic to be addressed from different scientific, but also different tools and different scientific approaches, and also different stakeholder engagement work means to assess this. Another open question is, how can we capitalize on Black Sea's rich underwater heritage for new sustainable tourism models? Again, Mihaela mentioned the CMA being there as a continuous actual structure, which is great, and we really feel it. CMA is really making certain things sustainable. And for example, on this topic with the technical group on underwater heritage / tourism, this topic will be possibly supported via different means. So yes, there are open questions, and there are also new initiatives responding to those questions. Another issue, Phoebe touched upon this in her intervention, how to bring in richer socioeconomic data layers, but also complex end-to-end modeling in Black Sea digital twins. This is something she touched upon, and it's great to hear that the new UN initiatives or sustainable development goals, their implementation also needs these sort of integrated digital twins, which are capable of providing different layers of data and results and information and analysis for different implementation of sustainable development goals. And also it's great to hear that this new initiative between the ERC and the European Parliament, ERC is a very strong component of the Horizon program, and it needs to really, it has things to provide to the rest of the Horizon pillars, and especially to science policy dialogue. And another open question is, for example, again, this is a subject of the Syria, and for example, what are the secrets of the Black Sea, especially its deep parts? Is it a lifeless abyss where it's okay to dump every kind of waste, including organic carbon, or is it a place to be protected with a rich biotech potential and ripe for many scientific discoveries in the coming decades that we need to protect and pass on next generation? So we need to, we have things to work on, really. There are different developments from industrial side, from policy side, and I think as a community, we are really ready to tackle each of these questions, and there are many more, of course. I just gave some examples of what are the current gaps in the Syria, what can be some next steps to work on. But I think Black Sea is very rich in terms of science and innovation. It's a laboratory for blue economy and for different aspects of science. And as such, I think it requires a separate, connected, but a standalone program. It deserves more support, as it was also mentioned by many of our speakers today. So with this, thank you all for being with us today. On behalf of our project, I thank to all of our external participants, stakeholders interested in this event very much. And I also thank to all of the speakers once again. So Barış, back to you.
Mustafa. And Yes, finally. So today's conference has shown that Bridge Black Sea contributed greatly to the strategic research and innovation agenda and the implementation plan, I believe. So we moved hand in hand, definitely contributed to the challenges in the Black Sea, but also while considering all the other European marine-related policies, even global policies, and also in terms of, as I really agree with Mihaela, that Black Sea is not lagging behind. We are different. For example, when we were putting together a proposal for the DTO for all the European seas, and I have seen that many tools that we have developed as part of Bridge really supported the development of different applications there. So this shows that we have developed cutting-edge tools. So we have seen in the previous sessions that, we need to develop further knowledge, starting from microbes to fish to, as Mustafa mentioned, to deep water, to heritage. But on the other hand, also Bridge has many legacies towards supporting the DTO and different policies. So I think this is very important. And also in the last session, we have seen that the impact of Bridge was both at the national level, like Rositsa was mentioning, and Angelo told about the European level impacts, and at global level impacts by Phoebe. And again, I think Black Sea is definitely today doing cutting-edge work, and this should continue. This should be supported because our collaboration with different basins has also increased, and these two projects, both Bridge and DORS, has shown that with structured, carefully planned strategies and carefully planned support, Black Sea community can do amazing work. So with this, I would like to thank, of course, the European Commission here, and also all our partners, all our stakeholders, and all our interested friends that are here today with us. And I would like to thank you all that, it was a great journey, Bridge Black Sea, and I'm glad that we did it together. Thanks a lot. You would like a microphone?
I congratulate you, your team, and all the panelists. So, Bridge Black Sea, final conference, excellent for you. For our organization. Just to switch it up. All right. So I am an old man, you know. Thank you. So, thank you very much, Paresh. Again, I congratulate you, your team, and all the panelists. So, final conference of Bridge Black Sea was very useful. Not only useful, but excellent for me and my organization and my team. So, it's a great opportunity for us. Maybe we have to upload his team, and not only himself, and everyone from the Middle East Technical University, because they did almost 5 years. No, it's a big job, great journey, was he said. So I stop here because I'm not talking like Fidel Castro, but I should be very brief and short. It was an excellent journey, Paresh. Again, from very heart, I congratulate you and your team again. Thank you.
So, let's go with you.